Chapter 29:16. The three elders lowered their eyes and fell silent when they heard the question. The fat old man also stopped smiling and fell silent. The atmosphere in the hall became somewhat oppressive. After a while, Lu Yun couldn't help but ask, Brother Su once asked one of the sword cultivators inside. His surname is Luo. Is that a coincidence? The three old men remained silent. Su Zimo and the others had an answer when they saw this reaction. However, they still didn't want to believe it. He didn't seem to want to give up. Sword Masters, is the sword cultivator inside really related to Great Emperor Luo Tian? Hair. The old man with the iron crown stood up and tilted his head back with a smile. There was a trace of helplessness, bitterness, sadness, and desolation in his smile. The fat and thin elders also had complicated expressions. This matter is taboo in the world of sword. Only great emperors are allowed to know. The old man with the iron crown said faintly, Since you've asked, I'll tell you. The sword cultivators in the fiendish battlefield are indeed descendants of great Emperor Luo Tian. The old man continued, It's said that he was bewitched by evil demons and became enemies with all races. He committed a heinous crime and was ultimately executed by the celestial bestowment world. His descendants were imprisoned in the sinful land of the sword as sinful spirits. Generations of them had to atone for their ancestors' sins. That's why the world of sword completely declined after the All-Heaven epoch. After an epoch of recuperation, it gradually rose again. Was there such a thing? This was too much of an impact on the 8 peak masters. Even the concept of good and evil that they had built up over the years was shaken. The 8 peak masters frowned and clenched their fists. They couldn't accept this for the time being. How can this be? Yu Lan was a little dazed. How could Great Emperor Luo Tian commit such a crime and ally himself with evil demons? Every sword cultivator viewed Great Emperor Luo Tian as their pride. Now, even the 8 peak leaders found it hard to accept the truth after hearing the secret. Lu Yun said, After the All-Heaven era, the sword world suffered a calamity that must have originated from this. The old man with the iron crown nodded and said, It is said that the great emperor of the All-Heaven still retained a trace of rationality and did not implicate the sword world. He only took away his clan members. Lu Yun asked, Why didn't you tell us about this earlier and tell the others in the sword world? The old man fell silent again. I'm guessing that this is just one of the rumors. Su Zimo suddenly spoke. He looked at the old man and asked in a deep voice, Senior, you should know of other rumors, right? The old man with the iron crown was expressionless as he asked, What rumors do you know? I don't know. Su Zimo shook his head. He really did not know much about the great emperor of All-Heaven. However, Su Zimo changed the topic and said, However, the rumor that you mentioned just now is really full of loopholes and can't stand up to scrutiny. Senior All-Heaven has already cultivated to the peak of a medium-class world and become a great emperor. I really can't think of any evil demon that could bewitch a great emperor who founded an era. If Senior All-Heaven was so easily bewitched by evil demons, it would have been difficult for him to become a great emperor with his Tao heart. This statement is self-contradictory to begin with. The fat and skinny old men looked at Su Zimo deeply with complicated gazes. The old man with the iron crown didn't explain or refute. He only asked, Is there anything else? Su Zimo continued, If Senior All-Heaven wasn't bewitched by evil demons and has already become a great emperor, why would he be an enemy of all races? This rumor lacks a convincing reason. Not to mention, who among the myriad races can defeat him? This rumor has intentionally or unintentionally obscured an existence. He could be a single person or a faction. But one thing is certain. This existence's strength is enough to oppose or even suppress a great emperor who founded an era. Hearing this, the 8 peak masters were shocked and subconsciously looked at the 3 sword realm lords. The 3 peak masters remained silent and didn't refute. This attitude could already prove many things. How is that possible? Yu Lan still couldn't understand and asked, A great emperor is one and only, respected in the universe. He is an invincible existence. Since ancient times, only one great emperor can be born in every era. Who can suppress a great emperor? Of course. Su Zimo said, A great emperor is one and only in a medium-class world, within the 3,000 worlds. What about outside the 3,000 worlds? Outside the 3,000 worlds? The 8 peak masters were stunned. The medium-class world was too big and boundless. With their cultivation realm, it would be difficult for them to step into half of the medium-class world in their lifetime, let alone go outside the 3,000 worlds. Su Zimo had been to the netherworld, and Wu Dao's original body had been to hell and the ghost world. He was certain that outside the medium-class world, there were some special worlds that existed side by side with the medium-class world. In these worlds, great emperors could also be born. For example, there was currently a great emperor in the ghost world, the Nirvana Ghost Mother. Actually, Su Zimo had some guesses after he escaped from the 9 underworlds' sinned ground. If the Nirvana Ghost Mother was a great emperor, a drop of her blood could break the shackles of the Hadal sinned grounds. Why would she need his help? Why didn't she come to the medium-class world and destroy the 10 great sinned grounds? No great emperor had been born in the medium-class world in this era. In that case, what was the Nirvana Ghost Mother afraid of? The celestial bestowment world. Lu Yun hesitated. Is it the celestial bestowment world? Su Zimo shook his head. The celestial bestowment world is still in the medium-class world. It hasn't reached the level where it can stand side by side with the medium-class world. Could we have been wrong from the start? Something occurred to him and he murmured, celestial bestowment, the heaven they worship, and worship may not refer to the heavenly Tao or the mandate of heaven, but a person, or perhaps a faction. Aye. The old man with the iron crown sighed heavily. The old man with the iron crown looked at Su Zimo and finally nodded. You're right. Everything about the great emperor of all heaven is indeed just a rumor. Moreover, it's the most common rumor in the 3,000 worlds that came from the celestial bestowment world. But in the world of sword, there's another rumor passed down by word of mouth between each generation of swordmasters. The expressions of the 8 peak masters froze as they listened attentively. Ironhead, you. The thin old man frowned and wanted to stop the old man. The old man waved a hand. They've already guessed some things. Even if we don't say anything, they'll still be conflicted. If we keep probing, it might lead to disaster. After a short pause, the old man continued slowly, you guessed right just now. There is indeed an unimaginable colossus behind the celestial bestowment world. We don't know what this faction is called. All records of it have been erased, and no one is allowed to mention it. Even the previous swordmasters didn't know, or perhaps they didn't dare mention it for fear of bringing disaster to the world of sword. Chapter 29:17. Su Zimo recalled the young man that Wu Dao's primary body had killed in the Hadal sinful lands. Cultivators of the celestial bestowment world had to be respectful before this young man. And this person had claimed to be from the celestial court. Celestial bestowment, the celestial court. The behemoth behind the celestial bestowment world was very likely the celestial court. The old man with the iron crown said, the previous sword master told me that although the great emperor of all heaven fought side by side with the demons, he wasn't bewitched. He only fought for a common goal, to fight against the behemoth behind the celestial realm. The 8 peak lords opened their mouths, wanting to say something, but no words came out. This completely overturned their understanding of the world, making it difficult for them to digest. After a long pause, Lu Yun said, in other words, everything we once knew was a lie from the celestial bestowment world. The evil demons and sinful spirits of the 10 sinful lands didn't commit any sins at all, but only because they lost the war. Su Zimo suddenly recalled the words of the plain-clothed swordsman Luo Jun in the fiendish battlefield. It was true that evil couldn't triumph over good. If evil triumphed over good, it would no longer be evil. Yulan said, in that case, Great Emperor All Heaven wasn't the only one who rebelled. Great emperors from other eras did as well. That's right. The old man nodded and said, for example, the Dozhan Sinland was formed when the Dozhan Emperor was defeated and killed, and many blood apes were imprisoned. The Hadal Sinful Lands, the Star Sinful Lands, and the Empyrean Sinful Lands were all the same. For example, the Blood Ape Realm, the Star Realm, and our Sword Realm are considered lucky. At the very least, we managed to preserve our legacies. As for the Dark Realm, They were destroyed because of that great battle. All of their people and living beings were killed. Suzimo fell silent. The Empyrean era, the Hadal era, the War era, the All-Heaven era, the Dark era, the Star era. Great emperors from so many eras had been invincible in their respective eras and stood at the pinnacle of all beings, but they'd all chosen to defy the heaven. Alas, they'd lost miserably in the end and died. This was a heaven-defying battle. Even after so many years had passed, Suzimo was still able to faintly sense the devastation of those peerless battles through the river of time. Of course, he still had many doubts in his heart. When Wu Dao's original body underwent the heavenly tribulation, 8 lightning phantoms had appeared. Other than the 9 heavens Shen Envy Empress, the 9 Nether Emperor, the Dozhan Emperor, the All-Heaven Emperor, the Dark Emperor, and the Star Emperor, there were 2 more. They were the Great Emperor of Light and the Great Emperor of Infinity. There were no Buddhists from the world of light or the heavenly realm in the 10 great sinners. Which side were the 2 martial monarchs on back then? The infernal emperor seemed to be on the side of the celestial court. Suzimo guessed that the consciousness trapped in the Avicii hell was the lord of hell. As for one of the 10 great sinful lands, there was a sinful land called hell. If that was the case, why would the great emperor of light and the great emperor of Avicii appear in the 10th tribulation of the true martial heavenly tribulation with the other great emperors? Of course, Suzimo still had a big question in his heart. Why? Suzimo asked. Why did the great emperors of all heaven and the others fight against that colossus? Why did they defy the heavens? I don't know. The old man with the iron crown shook his head. As for the reason, perhaps only the powerhouses who lived in that era and participated in that battle know. Countless years have passed, and the truth of the past has long been lost in the river of time. Who can truly say for sure? He took a deep breath. Sword masters, if this is something that has been passed down verbally, why didn't you tell the other sword cultivators? Why did you hide it? The old man with the iron crown smiled wryly. How many sword cultivators do you think will believe this if we tell them now? The young man fell silent. Even they would find it hard to accept this sudden news, let alone other sword cultivators. After so many years, their hatred and enmity toward the sinful spirits had seeped deep into their bones. Who knew how much of their blood had been stained on their hands? But now, the 3 sword masters were suddenly telling them that there was more to it than meets the eye, that the sinful spirits might be innocent. They cultivated the sword Tao to slay demons and uphold justice. But now, the sinful spirits they'd slain might not be sinful, and the righteousness they upheld might not be. This was tantamount to breaking the sword Tao they'd held fast to for so many years. Do you know why it has to be passed down verbally? The thin old man asked Suzimo and the others. Records left behind will be erased, so this is the only way, Yulan answered. That's only one of the reasons. The thin old man continued, the other reason is that the celestial bestowment world doesn't allow this rumor to spread. The more people who know about it, the easier it is to be exposed. If news of this reaches the celestial bestowment world, it'll be a disaster for Sword World. The fat old man also sighed. Even if you know and believe this, what can you do? So many great emperors have failed. The thin old man said, the blood ape world of this generation was originally a superworld, but because of this, it clashed with the celestial bestowment world, resulting in the blood ape calamity. More than 10 imperial emperors of the blood ape race died, and countless clansmen died. They were reduced to a higher world. If the old ape of this generation hadn't submitted in the end, they might have even been wiped out. And this is only the strength of the celestial bestowment world. The blood ape race is naturally warlike and unruly. The old ape is even more so. Back then, he was willing to submit to the celestial bestowment world. Who knows how much humiliation and pain he endured. Later on, the blood ape race didn't go to the celestial bestowment world not because of the blood ape calamity, but because the blood ape race didn't have the face to face the descendants of their ancestors. The 3 sword masters sighed and sighed with emotion. Suzimo vaguely understood the old man's dilemma. The second rumor was that they were worried about bringing trouble to Sword World, so they naturally didn't dare to mention it to other sword cultivators. The first rumor came from the celestial bestowment world. They knew it was a lie, but they didn't want to tell other sword cultivators. That was why they'd concealed the matter. The celestial bestowment world is only the tip of the iceberg, the thin old man said. It's used to monitor and patrol the 3,000 worlds. That's why it's so special and transcendent in the 3,000 worlds. Su Zimo nodded. Making an enemy out of the celestial bestowment world was challenging the celestial court behind it. You just said that the celestial bestowment world was temporarily closed and you were expelled. You weren't even allowed to exchange your contributions for treasures. Yes. Lu Yun nodded. Although this was targeted at all of the 3,000 worlds, I felt that the celestial bestowment world was targeting us. After all, Su Zimo had benefited the most from the fiend battlefield. Once the celestial bestowment world was closed and all of the 3,000 worlds were expelled, Su Zimo would be in grave danger. The celestial bestowment world might have been behind the great battle that had taken place later. There's no need to doubt it. This is a warning from the celestial bestowment world to Sword World. Why is that? He asked with a frown. The old man with the iron crown said, perhaps it's because of the great all-heaven emperor, or perhaps it's for some other reason. Chapter 29:18. Everyone chatted for a long time. After the three sword masters repeatedly reminded them not to spread the news of the great emperor of all heaven, everyone left the myriad sword palace. The hall became cold and cheerless again. Only the three sword masters were left. Tai Tu, it's too risky for you to reveal this matter. The skinny old man frowned. If this matter reaches the ears of the cultivators of the celestial tribute world, Sword World will definitely be in trouble. The fat old man stopped smiling and pondered. The 8 of them are fine, but Su Zimo has just joined Sword World after all. He might not have deep feelings for Sword World. Moreover, when he joined the Sword World, he once mentioned that he might leave one day. The old man with the iron crown said, when he joined the Sword Dimension, I told him that I wouldn't restrict his freedom. From today onwards, it's up to him whether he stays or leaves, or establishes any power in the outside world. Leaving him in the Sword World is to form a good relationship with him. This child has a carefree personality and is open and upright. He definitely won't be a shameless snitch. The skinny old man nodded and said, I don't think there's a problem with him. The fat old man smiled bitterly and sighed. It's just that the two of us don't have much lifespan left. Tai Tu, you're not young either. You've already passed your peak and your combat strength is gradually declining. Apart from the three of us, there's no one else who can inherit Sword World's peak Imperial Emperors. That's why I'm so worried. The three Sword Masters knew very well. Although there were more than 10 Imperial Emperors in Sword World, most of them were only ordinary Imperial Emperors. If they truly encountered a calamity, only peak Imperial Emperors could protect Sword World's inheritance. The old man with the iron crown fell silent. The situation that the fat old man was worried about was the current situation of Sword World. Although Sword World was a super world, it was not completely free of hidden dangers. Stone World, Heaven's Eye World, Witch World, other worlds, and even the Celestial Tribute World, countless pairs of eyes were staring at Sword World, waiting for the right opportunity. It was also because of this that the three of them did not choose to take revenge on these worlds after discussing the matter of Su Zimo being surrounded by dozens of kings. If Sword World was at its peak, how could they allow other worlds to bully them like this? Even if dozens of king-level experts died, the Iron Crown Elder still wouldn't give up. No matter what, he had to personally go to these realms to demand an explanation. What about the Patriarch of the Academy? The skinny old man suddenly asked. When the old man with the iron crown heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly. Killing intent surged as he stood up and said coldly, forget about the other realms, but we can't let this person go. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the Patriarch of the Academy and the old man with the iron crown, the battle outside the Celestial Tribute World would never have happened. Moreover, Su Zimo had already fled to the Sword World, yet the Academy Patriarch was still lingering around like a ghost and dared to make a move. He even concealed the secrets of heaven and schemed against him. This caused the old man with the iron crown to be filled with killing intent. The fat elder nodded and said, I've heard that the Patriarch of the Academy is a peerless man with a perfect plan. If he's still alive, he may attack Su Zimo in the future. We can't let him live. There's no time to lose. I'll head to the heaven realm immediately. The old man with the iron crown sneered and said, I want to see what methods the patriarch of the academy has to provoke the sword world. This was indeed beyond the academy patriarch's expectations. According to his plan, after he killed Suzimo, he could easily escape. He could also perfectly frame Suzimo's death on the cold eye monarch and the others. He wouldn't be exposed at all. However, he didn't expect that Wu Dao himself would appear and almost kill him. I'll go with you. The skinny old man also stood up and said, the heaven realm is a super realm after all. Once you descend, you will definitely arouse the vigilance of the heaven realm's imperial emperors. The fat elder also nodded and said, although the heaven realm is divided into the immortal, Buddhist, and demon domains, in recent years, peak imperial emperors have risen in the three domains. They can't be underestimated. Even the world devastation demon emperor who died tens of millions of years ago came back to life. It's unbelievable. No need. The old man with the iron crown waved his hand and said, the Heaven and Earth Academy is only located in the divine firmament immortal domain, one of the 9 heavens immortal domains. The Buddhist and demon domains shouldn't interfere. Moreover, as an imperial emperor, the academy patriarch killed the true spirit. I want to see which imperial emperor of the heaven realm is shameless enough to stand up and protect him. After returning to the buried sword peak, Suzimo looked at the towering mountain peak where the cave abode was located. His heart skipped a beat as he suddenly thought of another matter. The celestial tribute world didn't just cover up the truth of the past, nor did they just erase many records. They might have also erased some people. Great Emperor Zongtian was one of them. In the areas that Suzimo had been to, whether it was the immortal sects, immortal kingdoms, or a great realm, there had never been any records of Great Emperor Zongtian. The only trace of Great Emperor Zongtian was in the tomb under the Heaven Realm's Demon Den. It was there that Wu Dao's original body saw a huge stone tablet with the Heaven Burial Scripture engraved on it. Moreover, not long after the Heaven Burial Scripture was revealed, the stone tablet began to collapse, as if it wasn't tolerated by this world. He only knew the name of Great Emperor Zongtian from Demoness Ji. According to her, it seemed that the 9 Abyss Emperor's memories were very secretive about Great Emperor Zongtian. Suzimo had cultivated the Heaven Burial Scripture for many years. He had once thought that the so-called Heaven Burial meant burying the heavens. But now, he thought of another possibility. Perhaps Great Emperor Zongtian didn't want to bury the heavens, but the heavenly court. At the thought of Great Emperor Zongtian, a thought suddenly flashed through Suzimo's mind. There seemed to be an answer to a question that had been buried in his heart for a long time. Great Emperor Zongtian, Heaven Burial Scripture, World Devastator Demon Emperor, Imperial Emperor Bo Zun, Imperial Emperor Chen Mu, the tomb of a great emperor, resurrected from the dead. Tomb Keeper. Countless information and clues intertwined in Suzimo's mind. Many names flashed through his mind, and gradually, a possible truth was gathered. So, that's how it is. Thinking of this possibility, Suzimo's heart trembled. He was shocked and murmured softly. In that case, the heavenly court was probably, after a long time, Suzimo took a deep breath and gradually calmed his mind. Over the years, as the cultivation of his 2 true bodies continued to improve, they traveled to more and more places and learned of many unknown ancient secrets. Some doubts were gradually solved, but there were still other doubts. What exactly was the heavenly court? Where did it come from? What was the meaning of the heavenly court's existence? Why did it set up the celestial court to inspect and patrol the middle worlds? Although he knew the name of the heavenly court, Suzimo's understanding of the heavenly court was still a blur. He already knew the origins of the so-called evil spirits and sinful spirits. They were the descendants of the great emperors who challenged the heavenly court back then and were defeated. But what were the evil spirits? Perhaps the master of the evil spirits was the demon master? Why did they challenge the heavenly court? What was the role of the hell court, the ghost world, and even the netherworld? There were too many doubts hidden in the fog. But Suzimo believed that he was gradually getting closer to the truth. Even he himself might not be able to avoid being dragged into the chaos that would affect all 3,000 world. Chapter 29:19. After returning to his residence, Su Zimo prepared to cultivate in seclusion. This time, it wasn't just Qinglian's true body. Wu Dao's true body was also going to cultivate in seclusion. Originally, Wu Dao's true body had planned to leave for the Great Wilderness after dealing with the hidden threat of the Academy Patriarch. But this time, his two true bodies had gained too much. Wu Dao's true body had devoured the grotto heavens of more than a dozen kings of the celestial realm in the Hadal Sind grounds, and dozens more in the cosmos. More importantly, he had also taken the 3 pure jade booklet back from the Academy Patriarch's hands. This taboo manual was now in the hands of Qinglian's true body. Wu Dao's true body didn't need to carry a taboo manual around at all times. He could also read the 3 pure jade booklet with the help of the spirit potency art. If he completely refined these grotto heavens and comprehended the taboo manual at the same time, Wu Dao's true body might even have a chance to improve his cultivation. Therefore, Wu Dao's true body didn't leave immediately. Instead, he found a star, opened a residence, and cultivated in seclusion. Qinglian's true body had gained even more. Not to mention the 3 pure jade booklet, the 6 Ding and 6 Jiao secret methods, and the storage pouches of dozens of kings. Just the 20-odd supreme true spirit Dao fruits in the fiend battlefield alone was enough for him to digest for a long time. In the secret room of the residence, Su Zimo took out the 3 pure jade booklet. The 3 jade slips floated quietly in front of him, emitting a faint purple, green, and red light. After many twists and turns, the 3 pure jade booklet had finally returned to his hands. Actually, when Lu Yun's group and the kings of the 3,000 realms chased over and saw the deaths of the Cold Eye King and the others, Su Zimo had another thought. That was to frame the Academy Patriarch for this matter. However, he quickly rejected this idea. Not to mention whether the experts of the 6 super realms would believe it or not. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to find the Academy Patriarch. This was because the Patriarch of the Academy was very cautious. He would definitely hide himself after being exposed and would not show up in a short time. And if the powerhouses of the 6 superworlds couldn't find the Academy Patriarch, they would definitely vent their anger on Chenkuan Academy. Given the cruel and cold-blooded style of the Heavenly Eye clan, none of the cultivators of Chenkuan Academy would be spared. Even if Chenkuan Academy was destroyed and all the disciples of the Academy were killed, the Patriarch of the Academy wouldn't appear. Su Zimo did not have deep feelings for Chenkuan Academy. However, some people in the Academy, like young Ruoxu and senior sister Mo Qing, should not be implicated by this matter. Thus, he decided to inform the iron-crowned old man and his 2 companions about this matter. It was because he knew very well that even if Iron Crown Old Man and the other 2 arrived at Cosmos Academy, they wouldn't willfully slaughter the innocent. Su Zimo gradually gathered his thoughts and discarded all distracting thoughts. With a thought of his divine sense, the 3 jade slips in front of him slowly opened up. At the same time, 2 purple flames gradually rose in Su Zimo's eyes. His 2 true bodies were reading this taboo mystic manual at the same time. However, Qinglian's true body chose to cultivate it. As for Wu Dao, he really did not cultivate it. Instead, he chose to integrate the many profundities of the 3 pure jade manual into the martial field as much as possible. In fact, Wu Dao's true body did not truly cultivate the cultivation techniques and mystic arts of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend races, or even the taboo mystic manuals. He only used Wu Dao's furnace to refine the Dao techniques contained in these cultivation techniques and mystic arts and fuse them into his body. He fused them into Wu Dao's purgatory to deduce his own Dao techniques. Heavenly Realm. Divine Firmament Immortal Realm. Chenkuan Academy, Place of True Teachings. In a simple and elegant cave abode, a beautiful woman held a brush in her hand and gently drew on the rice paper in front of her. There was a snow-white butterfly on her shoulder. Its wings fluttered slightly as if it was afraid of disturbing this woman. Painting Fairy, Mo Qing. Ever since she learned that junior brother Su had been buried in the Arch tomb more than 2,000 years ago, she had returned to her past self. She stayed in her cave abode all year round, aloof from worldly affairs and quiet. Mo Qing did not seem to be any different from before. However, Bing Dai had been by her side all year round and could still sense many subtle changes. All these years, Mo Qing had never drawn a portrait. Sometimes, she would stop drawing and stare blankly at a certain spot in the cave abode. No one knew what she was thinking about. It was only at times like this that her face would reveal some emotion. Sometimes, she would subconsciously smile. Sometimes, she would reveal a hint of sadness. All these years, Mo Qing had become even more silent. During those years, she would often talk to Bing Dai. Whenever she talked about someone or something, her beautiful eyes would shine with excitement. In Bing Dai's eyes, the Mo Qing of those years was more like a lively fairy with joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. All these years, something seemed to be missing from Mo Qing. Her eyes were still beautiful and moving, but they did not have the same spirit as before. Right then, there was a series of hurried knocks on the door of the cave abode, accompanied by sobbing. "Senior Sister Mo Qing, it's me. I'm Kai Hong. Something happened to Ruoxu. Those people want to kill him. No one in the academy dares to help him. I really can't find anyone. Senior Sister Mo Qing, please help me. Please." Mo Qing seemed to be lost in her thoughts, as if she couldn't hear the cries outside. Bing Dai sighed. All these years, Mo Qing would often appear in such a state. It was not that she could not hear it on purpose, but she was in a state where she could not extricate herself and could not sense anything outside. Bing Dai opened her mouth slightly and released a gust of cold air. Mo Qing's body trembled slightly as he gradually regained his senses. The cries in his ears were getting closer and clearer. "What's wrong?" Mo Qing could tell that it was Princess Kai Hong's voice. She hurriedly stood up and walked out of the cave abode. She saw Princess Kai Hong lying on the ground. "Senior Sister Mo Qing, I beg you." Princess Kai Hong grabbed Mo Qing's arms tightly. Her face was filled with tears and she was emotional. Her voice was choked and she could not continue speaking. Mo Qing's gaze landed on Princess Kai Hong's tummy. It was slightly bulging. It was clear that she was pregnant. "Junior Sister Kai Hong, get up first. Don't disturb the baby. Tell me slowly, what's going on?" Mo Qing helped Princess Kai Hong up hurriedly. Princess Kai Hong seemed to have thought of the bloodline in her tummy as well and tried her best to calm herself down. She sobbed. Ruoxu never believed that junior brother Su would betray the academy for no reason. For more than 2,000 years, he insisted on searching for the truth. However, junior brother Su's crimes have already been confirmed by the patriarch and no one dares to question him. Ruoxu's insistence is akin to questioning the patriarch. As such, many fellow disciples of the academy see him as a thorn in their side and often join forces to suppress and bully him. Mo Qing remained silent. Back then, the scene that happened in the Cosmos Palace was still fresh in her memory. Even in front of the patriarch of the academy, young Ruoxu still dared to confront the latter with his righteous spirit and voice his suspicion. Mo Qing remained silent at the side. Although she did not believe it in her heart, she did not have the courage to suspect the patriarch of the academy. Compared to young Ruoxu, she was timid. From that moment onwards, she knew that young Ruoxu would not be able to do anything in the academy in the future. She had heard of some of the unfair bullying that young Ruoxu had encountered over the years as well. However, there was nothing she could do. That was because she knew that without the silent consent of the patriarch of the academy, how could the cultivators below be so brazen? Chapter 29:20. Princess Kai Hong sobbed and said, "Today is junior brother Su's death anniversary." Ruoxu went to junior brother Su's cave abode to pay respects to him but was seen by Zhonghua and the others. Without giving him a chance to explain, they joined forces to capture him and send him to the enforcement platform. Mo Qing frowned slightly. Junior brother Yang had been searching for the truth all these years, but he knew his situation well. He was not rash and had been more cautious in his actions in the sect. Although there were countless pairs of eyes staring at him at all times, no one was able to catch him doing anything wrong. Even if they wanted to harm him, they could not find a suitable reason. However, they did not know why junior brother Yang suddenly went to pay respects to junior brother Su and was caught by Zhonghua and the others. Ever since junior brother Su died and the Moonlight Sword Immortal was severely injured in the Nine Heavens Immortal domain, Zhonghua was the most famous and the strongest among the core disciples of the academy. "Where are the elders?" Mo Qing asked. Kai Hong said, the elders are all here, but they have been silent. Yang Ruoxu insisted on searching for the truth because he suspected the patriarch of the academy. The elders did not dare to speak up for Yang Ruoxu. Looking at the sobbing Kai Hong, Mo Qing's heart that had been silent for many years suddenly felt unfair. She clenched her fists and said, let's go. I'll accompany you. Chenkuan Academy. A sky-level sect like Chenkuan Academy would definitely have a powerful sect protecting Immortal Array outside. Without notification, outsiders would not be able to enter. At this moment, in the dense forest outside the academy, there were two figures moving forward sneakily, approaching the academy's mountain gate. To be precise, it was a slightly young man in grey robes with a pale face and no beard. He was carrying a white-haired old man with a weak aura. The man in grey robes carried the old man and took a step to the left and right in the forest. Occasionally, he would take 2 steps back before taking a stroll. Old man Xian. The man in grey robes asked casually, what if we take the wrong step in this sect protecting Immortal Array? Will we be exposed? The old man said indifferently, we will be gone in a moment. The man in grey robes was so frightened that he almost took the wrong step. Don't scare me. The grey-robed man swallowed his saliva. The old man said, this immortal formation was personally laid down by the previous patriarch. Even a Grotto Heaven Realm King would be heavily injured if they tried to break through. You just stepped into the true self realm and triggered the immortal formation, turning you into ashes instantly. The grey-robed man followed the old man's instructions and headed stealthily toward Chenkuan Academy while complaining, you were beaten to such a state by the patriarch of the academy and are almost crippled. Why did you come back? That patriarch of the academy is so powerful and meticulous. If he finds out, both of us will die. Don't worry, he's not in the academy now. The old man said, in the academy, there is a secret realm that even he doesn't know about. If we sneak in there, we can find the elixirs left behind by the previous patriarch. My strength will have a chance to recover to 70%. What's the use of recovering to 70%? The grey-robed man curled his lips and said, even at your peak state, you were beaten to such a state. With 70% of your strength, he could kill you with one finger. What do you know? The old man could not hold it in any longer after being mocked by the grey-robed man. He huffed and scolded, our lineage is the last hope of Chenkuan Academy. There are many secret manuals, inheritances, and treasures of Chenkuan Academy in that secret realm. Those are all key to rebuilding the academy in the future. Amidst the bickering, 2 figures sneaked into Chenkuan Academy without anyone noticing. Mo Qing's heart sank when she arrived at the law enforcement platform with Princess Kai Hong. The scene before her was even more serious than she had imagined. All these years, the Grand Elder of the Academy had passed away after exhausting his lifespan and leaving the position of Grand Elder empty. But now, of the remaining 8 elders, apart from the 8th Elder of the Academy, the other 7 were all present. Not only that, there were many legacy disciples, inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples gathered around as well. As far as the eye could see, the crowd was densely packed around the law enforcement platform. Almost all the cultivators of Chenkuan Academy were mobilized. The moment Mo Qing arrived, she felt a suffocating pressure. On the law enforcement platform, Yang Ruoxu was tied to a copper pillar that pierced the skies with a gigantic chain coiled around his body. He could not move at all. The chain was engraved with runes that suppressed his Dao fruit, bloodline, and even the quintessential essence within his body. At that moment, Yang Ruoxu's hair was disheveled and his clothes were tattered. Bloody wounds were inflicted on his body by the law enforcement whip in a horrifying manner. Because his strength was suppressed, he could not even heal those wounds on his body. Piak. Zhonghua wielded a law enforcement whip that was dripping with blood and whipped Yang Ruoxu viciously. With a cold gaze, he hollered, Yang Ruoxu, do you know your crimes? Yang Ruoxu merely raised his head and looked at Zhonghua in disdain. Suddenly, he spat a mouthful of blood at Zhonghua. Fu. Zhonghua was not angry and merely chuckled. Yang Ruoxu, I'll play with you slowly. Let's see how long a traitor like you can last. Zhonghua raised the law enforcement whip in his hands once more. Hold on. A voice sounded as Mo Qing descended on the law enforcement platform with Princess Kai Hong. Princess Kai Hong ran to young Ruoxu's side while sobbing. She wanted to extend her arms and hug him. However, when she saw the wounds on young Ruoxu's body, she did not dare to touch him for fear of causing him even more pain. When young Ruoxu heard Princess Kai Hong's voice, he raised his head and smiled at her as though he could not feel the pain on his body. Just like that, the two of them were inches apart and looked at each other. Princess Kai Hong's eyes were red as tears gushed out. So it's senior sister Mo Qing. When Zhonghua saw Mo Qing, he raised his brows slightly and cupped his fists. I know that senior sister Mo Qing is aloof from worldly affairs and is quiet and elegant. I did not intend to alarm you for such a bloody matter. I did not expect that some B***keys did not know the rules and ran to invite senior sister over. As Zhonghua spoke, he glared at Princess Kai Hong. Mo Qing took a deep breath and cupped her fists in the direction of the elders. She then turned to Zhonghua and asked in a deep voice, "What did junior brother Yang do wrong for you to treat him this way?" He merely went to a ruined cave abode to pay his respects. Even if he did wrong, he should not be punished to this extent. Why do you have to label him as a traitor? Mo Qing knew clearly that once this crime was confirmed, young Ruoxu would definitely be doomed. Zhonghua had a calm expression. He paid his respects to the traitor of the academy, Su Zimo. This is equivalent to suspecting the patriarch. Isn't that considered as a traitor? I did not kill him directly because he was from the same sect. Instead, I gave him a chance. Chapter 29-21. You tied junior brother Yang up on the enforcement platform to receive your punishment and humiliation in front of everyone. Even with Mo Qing's temper, she could not help but be enraged by Zhonghua's words. She questioned in a deep voice, "Is this the chance you're giving junior brother Yang?" "Of course," Zhonghua said, "as long as he's willing to kneel and admit his wrongdoings in front of everyone, the academy will naturally spare his wretched life and expel him from the academy to fend for himself." On the enforcement platform, another perfected Immortal shouted, "The patriarch imparted him Dao techniques and taught him cultivation. How dare he doubt the patriarch? A sinner like him doesn't deserve to inherit the Dao techniques of the academy. Even if he admits his wrongdoings, his cultivation must be crippled. That's right, shatter his Dao fruit first." The crowd was riled up. It was not just the enforcement platform. Many cultivators in the crowd below were waving their arms and shouting excitedly. Of course, most of the cultivators were silent. Some of them did not care about the matter and some did not know what was going on. Although some of them sympathized with young Ruoxu, they were afraid that they would be implicated. One of the legacy disciples could not stand it and said with a frown, "Senior brother Zhong, just punish him according to the sect rules. There's no need to torture and humiliate junior brother Yang like this. After all, he's from the same sect as us. Shuyi, what did you say?" Before the legacy disciple could finish, Zhonghua interrupted him. Zhonghua's gaze shifted and he looked at the legacy disciple called Shuyi maliciously. He said sinisterly, "I've long guessed that young Ruoxu must have accomplices in the same sect for deceiving his master. I didn't expect you to jump out on your own. Senior brother Zhong, what are you talking about?" Shuyi's heart sank. "Capture him." Zhonghua waved his hand and pointed at Shuyi. "Kill him without mercy if he dares to resist." On the enforcement platform, a few legacy disciples swarmed forward and stopped Shuyi. "What are you doing?" Shuyi was furious and shouted as he struggled, "Zhonghua, you can always pin a crime on someone. Shuyi, you merely spoke up for junior brother Yang and you want to convict me? What right do you have?" "Shut up." A group of true immortals tied Shuyi to the other side of the copper pillar and gave him a vicious beating. In the blink of an eye, Shuyi's face was covered in blood and he could no longer speak. "Senior brother Zhong, he is powerless to refute and has already admitted his guilt." One of the true immortals looked at Zhonghua with a flattering smile. Zhonghua nodded with satisfaction. Seeing this, some of the cultivators who were still feeling indignant lowered their heads and became even more silent. "Elders, are you just going to watch?" Mo Qing looked at the 7 elders not far away. The 7 elders remained silent. Even the second elder, who was known for his righteousness and was in charge of punishments, did not say a word at this moment. He only stared blankly at this scene. Zhonghua was another inherited disciple of the Patriarch of the Academy. What Zhonghua did was actually the order of the Patriarch of the Academy. He dared not object. The first elder once scolded Zhonghua because of his seniority and went to the Palace of Heaven and Earth to argue with the Patriarch of the Academy. What happened later? He said that his lifespan was exhausted and he passed away. However, who knew? Mo Qing surveyed her surroundings. These cultivators were all from the same sect of the Academy and were familiar faces. However, the excitement and malevolence on the faces of her fellow disciples and the cruelty in their eyes made Mo Qing feel unfamiliar and she shuddered. How did things turn out this way? Heaven and Earth Academy should not have turned out this way. Another old man who was hiding in the secret realm of the Academy lamented the same thing as Mo Qing. What the hell? Lin Xuanji was so angry that his lungs were about to explode when he saw the scene on the law enforcement platform. He could not help but curse. Is Heaven and Earth Academy just a bunch of dogs? What **T inheritance? I don't care about it. Old man Xian, go look for someone else. Lin Xuanji turned to look at the old man beside him while cursing. Old man Xian looked at the scene on the law enforcement platform and seemed to have aged even more. His heart was filled with sorrow and his eyes were filled with tears. The Academy should not be like this. It should not be like this. Old man Xian murmured to himself. Lin Xuanji wanted to turn and leave. However, he could not bear to see old man Xian like this and sighed. Initially, Heaven and Earth Academy was not like this. However, for the past hundreds of thousands of years, under the subtle guidance of the Patriarch of the Academy, fellow disciples of the Academy were filled with enmity and even hatred. Su Zimo had sensed it when he first entered the Academy and was targeted as such. It was a good thing for fellow disciples to have competition. For example, sword cultivators of the sword world would spar with fellow disciples, but they valued their relationships more. However, ever since the Patriarch of the Academy took charge of the Academy, he pushed the competition to its limits. If there was a conflict, he would think of ways to kill the other party. The two of them hid in the secret realm and were helpless against everything. Old man Xian had yet to recover from his injuries and Lin Xuanjun had just entered the true self realm. The moment the two of them were exposed, they would not end up any better than Yang Ruoxu, let alone rescue them. Nobody noticed it. In the sky above Chengkuan Academy, there was a figure hidden in the clouds. The figure wore an iron crown and looked down at the Academy, watching everything that was happening on the law enforcement platform coldly. Nobody knew how long he had been here. However, as time passed, the coldness in his eyes intensified and his killing intent was piercing. Yang Ruoxu, you're still not admitting to your crimes. Zhonghua raised the whip and whipped Yang Ruoxu once more. The whip was so vicious that it tore open his flesh and even revealed his white bones. What crime have I committed? Yang Ruoxu stood upright and refused to submit. Zhonghua said coldly, you're disrespectful and disobedient for doubting the Patriarch. You're deceiving your master and betraying your ancestors. That's a heinous crime. Can't I doubt the Patriarch when he's done something wrong? Yang Ruoxu retorted. How dare you? **T. How can the Patriarch be wrong? Doubting the Patriarch is indeed disgraceful. Without waiting for Zhonghua to speak, a group of true disciples around him shouted loudly. Yang Ruoxu smiled and said, all these years, I've been searching for the truth of what happened back then. I've traveled all over the 9 clouds and met some of the cultivators who were involved back then. Now, I know the whole story. For more than 2,000 years, Yang Ruoxu had almost given up on cultivation. He had been trying to find the answer. He had been to the Green Cloud Celestial Realm and met Lin Zhon and his wife. He knew the truth of what happened back then. However, he did not give up. He wanted to find more evidence. Then, he went to the Green Cloud Celestial Realm and spent a few hundred years to befriend the perfected Immortal under King Yunyu. He obtained some secret details from him. Actually, when Lin Zhon and his wife released the news about the creation Qinglian, King Yunyu and the other kings who were involved in this matter back then had already realized that they had been tricked by the Academy Patriarch. creation Qinglian had already been buried in the emperor's tomb. These kings would naturally not hide this secret for the Academy Patriarch. Yang Ruoxu spent more than 2,000 years traveling around the nine-cloud celestial realm to find out what happened back then. He then compared it with what Lin Zhon and his wife had said and confirmed it. In other people's eyes, this was a little stubborn and even a little foolish. However, he wanted to clear junior brother Su's name. This was where his moral principles lay. He believed that there would be righteousness under the clear sky. Even the overlord of the Academy, who could do whatever he wanted, would not be able to suppress it. If you like Eternal Holy King, please add it to your collection. Eternal Holy King Fighting Bar updates the fastest. Chapter 29-22. On the disciplinary platform. Yang Ruoxu stood with his head held high, as if he could not feel the pain in his body. He spoke loudly about what he had seen and heard all these years. There was a commotion in the crowd. "Shut up!" Zhonghua shouted and interrupted Yang Ruoxu. At the same time, he raised the disciplinary whip and whipped Yang Ruoxu continuously. Every whip was so deep that his bones could be seen. Yang Ruoxu's body would tremble. However, he refused to give in. He looked coldly at Zhonghua and said loudly, "I went to pay my respects to junior brother Su because I knew he was innocent. He was not wrong. He did not let the Academy or the Patriarch down. It was the Patriarch who let him down. It was the Patriarch who wanted to take his creation, Qinglian's body. He wanted his life. He had no choice but to resist. Back then, I was the one who brought junior brother Su into the Academy. If not for me, he would not have suffered such a calamity. Even if I, Yang Ruoxu, die here today, I will clear his name." "Shut up. Don't let him continue," the group of perfected immortals shouted. "If you don't believe me, you can invite the Patriarch over. I will confront him face to face." Yang Ruoxu sneered. Zhonghua raised the disciplinary whip again and shouted, "You are a traitor. How dare you confront the Patriarch?" Yang Ruoxu's body was almost torn apart by the disciplinary whip in Zhonghua's hand. There was a pool of blood at his feet, and his flesh was scattered everywhere. Even so, Yang Ruoxu relied on the noble spirit in his chest and the stubbornness in his heart. He did not back down. His gaze was firm. Princess Kai Hong cried and shouted. If not for Mo Qing holding her back, she would have rushed forward and suffered with Yang Ruoxu. The disciples of the Academy below looked at this scene with complicated expressions on their faces. Many of them did not understand. Why? Was the truth so important? Why was he so persistent? Why was he so stubborn? Why was he so stubborn? Some Academy disciples even mocked softly and said disdainfully, "What a fool." Zhonghua's eyes flashed fiercely. He suddenly went forward and slapped Yang Ruoxu's glabella. He grabbed. Yang Ruoxu's Dao fruit had landed in Zhonghua's palm. "You're still being stubborn. Watch me cripple your Dao fruit." Zhonghua exerted force in his palm and condensed spiritual ether. With a cracking sound, he crushed Yang Ruoxu's fruit of the way. Countless great path techniques dissipated between heaven and earth, and the pieces of the fruit of the way fell to the ground. Heaven and earth suddenly fell into a temporary standstill. Mo Qing opened her mouth slightly. She did not expect Zhonghua to be so ruthless as to destroy Yang Ruoxu's Dao fruit. Crippling Yang Ruoxu's cultivation was even crueler than killing him. Even if he could keep his life, it would be very difficult for him to survive in the cultivation world if he was expelled from the Academy and had no cultivation. Ruoshu. Princess Kai Hong let out a sorrowful cry as she broke free from Mo Qing's grasp and rushed to Yang Ruoxu's side. After losing the Dao fruit, Yang Ruoxu's aura became even weaker. Originally, he was heavily injured, but he still had the Dao fruit in his spiritual sea, so he was able to keep himself alive. And now, this anger was about to dissipate. "Kai Hong. I'm sorry." Yang Ruoxu lowered her head and looked at Kai Hong, who was paralyzed at her feet. Deep guilt and reluctance flashed in her eyes. Of course, Zhonghua could kill Yang Ruoxu directly, but that would not be enough to vent his hatred. He could only display his capabilities by making Yang Ruoxu submit to him in front of everyone and confess to the Patriarch of the Academy. Initially, Zhonghua could not do anything to Yang Ruoxu. However, when he saw Princess Kai Hong looking at her abdomen, his heart skipped a beat and his lips curled. Yang Ruoxu, is it so difficult for you to confess? Suddenly, Zhonghua spoke, even if you don't want to think for yourself, shouldn't you think for your child? Yang Ruoxu's expression changed as he used the last of his strength to grit his teeth and holler, Zhonghua, what are you trying to do? This is my matter and has nothing to do with others. Don't implicate the innocent. Fu. When Zhonghua saw Yang Ruoxu's reaction, he was even more pleased as he chuckled. Princess Kai Hong and her child are not innocent. Zhonghua realized that he had grasped Yang Ruoxu's weakness and continued, this child is a sinner the moment he's born and will definitely be looked down upon and bullied. What should I do? Why don't I take him under my wing and personally teach him the Tao? I'll also tell him that his father is a sinner who betrayed his master and ancestors. He's a traitor of the academy. I'll tell him not to be like his father in the future. Zhonghua, how dare you? Yang Ruoxu was so agitated that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Kneel and confess your sins. With a smile on his face, Zhonghua pointed in front of him and said a few words indifferently. Enough. Mo Qing could not stand it anymore. She stepped forward and said loudly, Zhonghua, let's not talk about whether junior brother Yang is telling the truth. How dare you threaten him with his child? Are you still human? Zhonghua glanced at Mo Qing and frowned slightly. As one of the 4 fairies, Mo Qing was famous not only in Chenkuan Academy but also in the 9 firmament Immortal realm. I heard that senior sister Mo Qing has an affair with the traitor Su Zimo. At this moment, a voice came from the crowd. I think so. Senior sister Mo Qing has a good relationship with Su Zimo in the past. She's even stood up for him a few times. Senior sister Mo Qing is so protective of Yang Ruoxu. Does she believe Su Zimo and suspect the patriarch? So what if she's a painting immortal? She can't suspect the patriarch. A commotion broke out in the crowd. Mo Qing looked around her. Many cultivators began to look at her in a different light. This was the same look they had when they looked at Yang Ruoxu just now. They were like a pack of hungry wolves that wanted to pounce on her and tear her to pieces. Zhonghua smiled at Mo Qing and said, Senior sister Mo Qing, as you can see, everyone is suspicious of you. Why don't you explain yourself? As long as you admit that Su Zimo is a traitor and draw a line between you and him, we won't make things difficult for you today. Mo Qing was furious. She retorted, I won't admit it. What are you going to do about it? Then you're still a traitor. Tie her up and tear her face apart, 2 of the fairies said fiercely. For many years, the reputation of the fairies in the academy was occupied by the painting Immortal alone. Mo Qing was always high and mighty. No matter how hard they worked, they could never compare to her and could only look up to her. But now, they finally saw a chance to pull her down from her pedestal. Come on. Mo Qing slapped her storage bag and took out her sketchbook. She said in a deep voice, Today, I'll stand with junior brother Yang. I won't surrender. If anyone dares to touch junior brother Yang again, don't blame me for disregarding our relationship as fellow disciples. Mo Qing, you're betraying the academy. Zhonghua hollered. Mo Qing took a deep breath and said the most rebellious and courageous thing she had ever said since she started cultivating. Now that Chenkuan Academy has become like this, so what if I betray it? Chapter 29-23. Hearing this, the eyes of the perfected immortal disciples lit up. Ha. Mo Qing, you're indeed the same as Yang Ruoxu and Su Zimo. You want to betray the academy. You think you're all grown up just because you know how to draw a few paintings? Without the academy, without the patriarch, who would know your name as the painting immortal? Treacherous slut, tear her face apart. Originally, Zhonghua and the others really had no excuse to deal with Mo Qing. But just now, after forcing Mo Qing to say those words, they finally found a weakness and an excuse. Some of the disciples of the academy looked at this scene silently and felt a chill in their hearts. There were still countless disciples shouting and celebrating. Even if they wanted to stand on Mo Qing's side, they didn't dare to make a sound. At this moment, even the slightest voice of doubt would be picked out by Zhonghua and the others. and they would be accused of betraying the sect. So the Chenkuan Academy is full of inhumane dogs. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from midair. Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice, only to see an old man in midair. He had an iron crown on his head and stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze cold. The expressions of the elders on the law enforcement platform changed slightly, and they all stood up. Among them, none of them noticed when the old man with the iron crown appeared. Even with their divine senses, they were unable to detect the other party's cultivation. The elders looked at each other and didn't act rashly. The second elder's face was gloomy as he asked in a deep voice, "Fellow Daoist, how may I address you? What are you doing in the Chenkuan Academy?" "I'm here to kill," the old man with the iron crown said indifferently. The elders' hearts skipped a beat. From the looks of it, the other party didn't come with good intentions. The elders hurriedly sent out a message with their divine senses, preparing to activate the sect protection Immortal array. "Who are you killing?" the second elder asked in a deep voice. The old man with the iron crown said slowly, "The Academy Patriarch." When these 4 words were said, the entire academy was in an uproar. "How dare you? You're courting death. Where did this old man come from? How dare he behave so atrociously in the Chenkuan Academy?" Waves of curses instantly came from the crowd. The old man with the iron crown's gaze swept past those who were cursing just now, and a sword light flashed in his eyes. Pu. 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 Clouds of blood mist erupted from the crowd. The old man with the iron crown didn't even move a finger. Just now, the group of academy disciples who were cursing and swearing were all dead. Among them, there was even a true disciple. Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock. What kind of method was this? What kind of power was this? The scene instantly quieted down. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. It was as if everyone was choked by an invisible force, not daring to make a sound. The 7 Academy elders had solemn expressions as they prepared to activate the sect-protecting Grand Array. The second elder narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice, "Why do you want to kill the Patriarch of the Academy?" The old man with the iron crown said calmly, "The Patriarch of the Academy killed a peak master of our world just because his cultivation was 2 realms higher. Do you think he should be killed?" Many disciples of the Academy secretly shook their heads. His cultivation was 2 major realms higher than the other parties, yet he still personally made a move. This was indeed beneath his dignity, and could even be considered shameless. But in the Chenkuan Academy, who dared to question the Patriarch? "Who knows who your peak master is? He's definitely not a good person." That's right. Anyone that the Patriarch of the Academy wants to kill must be someone who deserves to die. If there's nothing wrong with your peak master, why would the Patriarch kill him? A few voices could be heard from the crowd. The old man with the iron crown shifted his gaze and a cold glint flash. The few Academy disciples who spoke earlier died on the spot once more. Attack! The 7 Academy elders hollered and conjured hand seals, releasing streams of spirit light that entered the void to activate the sect-protecting Immortal formation. At the same time, the 7 Academy elders propped up their respective grotto heavens and surrounded the old man with the iron crown. His hands were still behind his back and he did not move at all. Suddenly, a dazzling sword light burst forth from his body and charged towards the barrier of the sect-protecting Grand Array. Boom! 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 After a series of collisions, the sect-protecting Immortal formation that could severely injure Immortal kings was penetrated by the sword chi. In the blink of an eye, it was riddled with holes and completely collapsed. The old man with the iron crown waved his wide sleeves and flung them towards the 7 Academy elders. A blazing white light appeared. The 7 Academy elders had just rushed forward. Before they could get close to the old man with the iron crown, the 7 grotto heavens behind them were shattered by the old man's sleeve. Pu. The 7 Academy elders spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies were almost smashed as they fell onto the law enforcement platform and lost their ability to fight. The 7 Academy elders were shocked. Although the old man with the iron crown did not kill them, streams of sword chi surged into their bodies like a sword chi storm, wreaking havoc and destroying their vitality. Under such circumstances, even if they were lucky enough to survive, their cultivation would most likely be crippled. Some of the Academy kings who were about to step forward were so frightened that their faces turned pale when they saw this scene. They hurriedly retreated. This kind of power had completely exceeded their understanding. Even immortal kings did not dare to act rashly, let alone core disciples, earth immortals, and heaven immortals. This kind of aura that belonged to an imperial emperor expert enveloped the entire Chenkuan Academy. All the cultivators could feel that unstoppable and terrifying pressure. The old man with the iron crown looked around and asked indifferently, "I'll ask again. Should the patriarch of the Academy be killed?" The entire place was silent. All the disciples of the Academy looked at this scene in horror. The old man with the iron crown looked at Zhonghua and the others on the law enforcement platform and asked again, "Do you think the patriarch of the Academy should be killed?" Zhonghua had long stopped talking when he saw that the situation was bad. However, he did not expect that the old man with the iron crown would still target him. "Yes, he should be killed." Zhonghua swallowed his saliva and forced a laugh. The group of true disciples behind him also hurriedly nodded their heads in agreement. "Oh." The old man with the iron crown raised his brows slightly and asked again, "You didn't even allow me to question the patriarch of the Academy." "Now, he should be killed." Zhonghua hurriedly explained, "The patriarch relied on his high cultivation to bully the weak. Even I can't stand by and watch. Indeed, he should be killed, yes." The old man with the iron crown nodded and said, "If you say he should be killed, all of you should die too." The old man with the iron crown stretched out a hand and gently grabbed in the direction of Zhonghua and the others. Poof! A ball of sword light descended and engulfed Zhonghua and the other core disciples. Instantly, they were torn into pieces and their essence spirits were destroyed along with their bodies. On the law enforcement platform, Zhonghua and the others stood extremely close to young Ruoxu. Earlier on, the ball of sword light brushed past young Ruoxu but did not injure him at all. Sword rain. The old man with the iron crown pointed to the skies. There was a thunderous rumble as a clap of thunder exploded. Dark clouds gathered in the skies and it suddenly rained. Although it was not dense, every single raindrop was incomparably sharp and emitted a cold aura. They were like needles and swords that contained terrifying lethality. When they descended upon the Academy, they could penetrate everything. The entire Academy was enveloped by the sword rain. All the buildings, palaces, and cave abodes could not withstand the impact of the sword rain and collapsed rapidly. Some of the Academy disciples could not dodge in time and even had their heads pierced by the sword rain, dying on the spot. End of chapter. Chapter 29-24. The Academy is in trouble. Hurry and ask the Patriarch to come out. The Patriarch is not in the Cosmic Palace. Given the Patriarch's divine foresight, do you think he doesn't know about this? He must have fled long ago. Many disciples of the Academy gradually understood that the Patriarch would not appear. Even if Cosmic Academy was reduced to ruins and destroyed. Even if all of them died here, the Patriarch of the Academy would not care. In the heavy rain, noise, clamor, and roars intertwined in a chaotic manner. Countless disciples of the Academy fled outside. Including the 7 elders, the other kings and legacy disciples of the Academy fled outside in a panic, not daring to stay in the Academy. Everyone looked at the old man with the iron crown with deep fear in their eyes. If the Patriarch of the Academy did not deserve to be killed, he would definitely die. However, Zhonghua and the others clearly said that the Patriarch of the Academy deserved to be killed and would not be able to escape death. Nobody knew why the old man with the iron crown killed. Under such circumstances, everyone could only think of escaping Cosmic Academy and getting as far away from the old man as possible. However, there was something strange. Some disciples of the Academy thought that they would definitely die when they were drenched by the sword rain. However, they were shocked to discover that the raindrops that landed on them did not possess any lethality and were the most ordinary raindrops. However, no matter how fast some of the disciples of the Academy fled, they were not spared by the sword rain. The sword rain poured down and became denser. The entire Chenkuan Academy had already been reduced to ruins under the downpour of the sword rain. In a secret ground of the Academy, Lin Xuanji was secretly speechless when he saw everything before him. Old Shen sighed. The situation that Master was most worried about still happened. When Cosmic Academy was first established, the 10th Elder was in the dark and his greatest use was to hide himself. If the Academy was destroyed, he could preserve the legacy of the Academy and pass it down. Before Master passed away, he repeatedly reminded me that the Patriarch of the Academy was too scheming and ambitious and would easily bring trouble to the Academy. To think that his words came true. Lin Xuanji turned back to look at old Shen and frowned. He asked, "Old man Shen, Chenkuan Academy is about to be destroyed. Why don't you look sad at all?" Elder Shen laughed and said, "That's good too. The original Academy has already been ruined by the Patriarch of the Academy, and it's hard to recover from the past. Without destruction, there can be no construction. Only by destroying the original Academy can we rebuild the universe. Look at those disciples of the Academy." Elder Shen pointed at the fleeing Academy cultivators and said, "These cultivators were just defending the Academy and the Patriarch of the Academy. However, once the Academy is in trouble, they run faster than anyone else. However, the person who just said that he would betray the Academy has not left yet." Elder Shen was referring to Yang Ruoxu, Mo Qing, and the others who remained at the law enforcement platform. Due to the appearance of the old man with the iron crown, this scene was extremely ironic. Elder Shen continued, "Those Academy disciples make it sound nice, but it's actually just an excuse for them to bully their fellow disciples. They don't have any feelings for their fellow disciples who cultivated and lived with them. They were so vicious. Do you really expect them to stay and share the calamity of the Academy?" Lin Xuanji raised his brows slightly and said, "If that's the case, we have to thank the old man with the iron crown. No matter what, that old man was vicious enough to kill many Academy disciples." Elder Shen smiled and said, "If you observe carefully, you will realize that the old man with the iron crown did not kill the innocent. The people he killed just now were all cultivators who had bullied Yang Ruoxu, Mo Qing, or others who kicked them when they were down. He did not even harm the silent Academy disciples. Instead, he left them with a chance to live." "Indeed." Lin Xuanji nodded after watching for a while. It seemed like the reason why the old man with the iron crown killed Zhonghua and the others was not because of whether the Patriarch of the Academy deserved to be killed. The old man with the iron crown wanted to kill Zhonghua and the others to avenge Yang Ruoxu. On the law enforcement platform, Mo Qing and the others hurried forward and released the chains on Yang Ruoxu and Shu Yi, helping them down. The rain poured down on them, but it did not hurt them at all. The old man with the iron crown did not leave and stood in midair the entire time with his eyes closed, emitting the terrifying aura of an Emperor Realm expert. Yang Ruoxu and the Scarlet Rainbow Princess hugged each other. They had survived. However, Yang Ruoxu's cultivation was crippled as well. Under the Rain of Swords, Chenkuan Academy was reduced to ruins. Apart from the few people on the law enforcement platform, there were also some disciples of the Academy who did not leave and stayed behind in the ruins. There were also some disciples of the Academy who had fled, but they turned back. No matter what, they still had an unforgettable feeling towards Chenkuan Academy. Of course, the Academy disciples who stayed were the minority. The destruction of Chenkuan Academy was a foregone conclusion. Furthermore, the old man with the iron crown in midair did not leave the entire time. Nobody knew if he would attack once more and start a massacre. Every single cultivator who stayed in the ruins of the Academy took a huge risk and endured immense pressure. The Rain of Swords lasted for an entire day and night. Finally, it stopped. The old man with the iron crown opened his eyes and descended on the law enforcement platform in a flash. Mo Qing had a nervous expression as she stood up immediately and stood in front of Yang Ruoxu and the others. There were not many legacy disciples who stayed. Although she knew that she could not stop the old man with the iron crown, she still had to stand out. "Don't be nervous." The old man with the iron crown said gently and nodded at Mo Qing. Thereafter, he looked at Yang Ruoxu who was behind her and said, "Yang Ruoxu, if I'm not wrong, you should be cultivating the Overwhelming Righteousness Sutra." Yang Ruoxu nodded. The old man with the iron crown said, "I'm from the Sword World and my Dao name is Tai Guan. I entered the Emperor realm 5 million years ago. Are you willing to join the sword world? His words confirmed everyone's guess. The person before them was indeed an Emperor realm expert. Furthermore, the old man with the iron crown took the initiative to invite young Ruoxu to join the sword world. The Scarlet Rainbow Princess was overjoyed. The old man with the iron crown continued, "The vast righteous scripture that you're cultivating is most suitable for the way of the sword. If you join the sword world, you can come under my tutelage and I'll personally teach you the Tao." Many academy disciples were shocked when they heard that. An Emperor realm expert was taking the initiative to take young Ruoxu as his disciple and teach him the Tao technique. What kind of opportunity was this? Young Ruoxu was stunned. If it was anyone else, they would have been overjoyed and kowtowed. However, he still had feelings for Chenkuan Academy and this familiar homeland that others could not understand. He questioned the patriarch of the academy only because the patriarch of the academy had done something wrong. However, he had never thought of leaving the academy. More than anyone else, he hoped that the academy would become better. In the sword world, you will definitely not be slandered, bullied, and wronged like this. The old man with the iron crown continued, "Your aptitude and talent are not top-notch." After a pause, the old man with the iron crown continued, "But you are very good. If the sword world can have you, it will be the sword world's blessing. If I can take you as my disciple, it will be my fortune." When these words were spoken, everyone was moved. Chapter 29-25. Who was this old man with the iron crown before them? He had invited a perfected immortal whose cultivation had been crippled to join the sword world and promised to personally impart his Tao techniques. Now, he even gave such a high evaluation. Who wouldn't be shocked? The old man with the iron crown did not hide his admiration for young Ruoxu. For a moment, young Ruoxu was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. However, he quickly calmed down and looked at the ruins around him in silence. After a while, young Ruoxu looked at the old man with the iron crown and bowed slightly. He shook his head apologetically and guiltily. The old man with the iron crown was not surprised by young Ruoxu's reaction. But there was still a sense of regret in his heart. He could feel that young Ruoxu had a character that was praiseworthy and even admirable. Even in the face of his own master, in the face of a power that was far stronger than him, in the face of countless cultivators' criticism, and in the face of pressure from all directions, young Ruoxu still chose to stick to the truth, uphold justice, and refused to yield. The price was, of course, tragic. But even so, young Ruoxu did not back down or waver. In this world, in the cultivation world, there were too many people who compromised and gave in for the sake of survival, for the sake of living, for the sake of immortality. People like young Ruoxu would even be mocked and ridiculed. Many cultivators who thought that they were smart would think that he was a fool, an idiot who did not know how to adapt. But the old man with the iron crown knew that since ancient times, it was because of these people who were not very smart and insisted on upholding justice, pursuing the truth, and resisting injustice that brought a glimmer of light and warmth to the cruel and dark cultivation world. Even the old man with the iron crown was not sure if he would be as fearless and courageous as young Ruoxu when facing such a power that he could not resist. But he knew that he could only be considered an immortal. Only young Ruoxu was worthy of being called a hero among immortals. "Senior, Ruoxu's Tao fruit has been crippled. Does he still have a chance to cultivate?" Princess Kai Hong was filled with worry but looked at the old man with the iron crown with a glimmer of hope. "Of course." The old man with the iron crown nodded and said with certainty. Princess Kai Hong's worry turned into joy. She quickly looked at young Ruoxu and advised softly, "Ruoxu, why don't you join this senior's sect? This is your opportunity." Princess Kai Hong didn't have any other thoughts. She only wanted young Ruoxu to survive and become better. Young Ruoxu remained silent. The old man with the iron crown smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to make things difficult for him. Even if he doesn't become my disciple, I will still pass this Tao technique to you." Young Ruoxu's expression turned solemn as he hurriedly bowed and said, "Senior, I'm too ashamed to accept your kindness." He was already extremely grateful that the old man with the iron crown had saved him. Furthermore, Elder Tai Guan was so sincere in wanting to take him in as a disciple. He felt extremely guilty for rejecting Elder Tai Guan, so how could he still have the face to accept Elder Tai Guan's Dao technique inheritance? You don't have to feel burdened. The old man with the iron crown waved his hand and said, "It's not like this cultivation method can't be taught to outsiders in my sword world." The person who created this cultivation method had a broad mind, preaching the Dao to the common people. He made this cultivation method public so that everyone in the world could cultivate it. Mo Qing, Yang Ruoxu, and the others were stunned. There was such a person in the world. Not to mention cultivation methods, the vast majority of cultivator sects would choose to keep the more precious divine abilities and secret arts a secret. Even if it was the most ordinary method, normal people would keep it to themselves. Princess Kai Hong comforted Yang Ruoxu when she heard this. That's good. This cultivation method should be more ordinary and not some powerful or precious method. You don't have to feel burdened by it. That's not true. The old man with the iron crown shook his head and said, "This cultivation method is comparable to the cultivation methods of the Immortal, Buddhist, and demon sects that have been passed down for many years. It will definitely be recorded in the annals of history and affect all living things." This time, Mo Qing, Yang Ruoxu, and the others were stunned. The old man with the iron crown was an Emperor realm expert after all. He definitely wouldn't make up such nonsense. However, no one understood. Since it was such a powerful cultivation method, why would it be made public so that Yang Ruoxu didn't have to feel burdened? The old man with the iron crown smiled and said, "That's because the cultivator who created this cultivation method is an old friend of yours. If he knows that you've encountered such a calamity, he will definitely pass this cultivation method to you." Yang Ruoxu was confused. An old friend of his? There was such a cultivator among his old friends. This person could create a cultivation method that was comparable to the Immortal, Buddhist, and demon sects and was passed down through the ages. Yang Ruoxu never would have thought that he had befriended such a big shot. How should I address this old friend of mine? Yang Ruoxu asked in confusion. The old man with the iron crown didn't say anything. He only smiled and said, "You'll definitely meet again one day." Yang Ruoxu frowned and was even more confused. However, he thought about it and couldn't help but feel enlightened. He looked at the old man with the iron crown with gratitude. This senior has put in a lot of effort. He must be afraid that I'll be under too much pressure, so he purposely said this to comfort me. Sigh. Actually, the old friend that the old man with the iron crown was referring to was Su Zimo. However, Su Zimo's identity had yet to be revealed and it wasn't convenient for the old man with the iron crown to make a decision for Su Zimo to tell Yang Ruoxu and the others about this. Su Zimo presided over Burial Sword Peak. Apart from inheriting the Dao of Burial Sword, Wu Dao's cultivation method had long been made public. Naturally, the old man with the iron crown knew about it as well. However, most cultivators of the sword realm had already cultivated other dharmic formulations and couldn't change their cultivation methods to cultivate Wu Dao. However, Yang Ruoxu's situation was rather special. His Dao fruit was crippled. If he wanted to cultivate the Dao techniques of the Immortal, Buddhist, and demon sects, it would be difficult for him to condense a new Dao fruit in his consciousness. However, he could cultivate Wu Dao and forge the true Wu Dao body. A faint light was released from the glabella of the old man with the iron crown and entered Yang Ruoxu's consciousness. Immediately after, two inheritances appeared in Yang Ruoxu's mind. One of them was a cultivation dharmic formulation. Wu Dao, Yang Ruoxu murmured softly. The old man with the iron crown said, "Actually, you have the spirit of Wu Dao in you. You are brave and fearless. Moreover, although your Dao fruit is shattered, the righteous aura in your chest is still there." In fact, that was indeed the case. After going through this ordeal, Yang Ruoxu's Dao fruit was shattered and his cultivation was crippled. However, the righteous aura in his body became more condensed and majestic. It was also because of this righteous aura that Yang Ruoxu's life was hanging on. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death long ago. The old man with the iron crown continued, "With the help of this righteous aura, your foundation is still there. Even if you cultivate again, you will make rapid progress. This righteous aura was the key to the Righteous Aura Sutra. If Yang Ruoxu bowed his head and retreated on the law enforcement platform, the righteous aura in his chest would dissipate even if he could keep his Dao fruit. His cultivation would be truly crippled. The old man with the iron crown continued, other than Wu Dao, there is another inheritance, the righteous sword Dao. This sword Dao is derived from the Deluo sword manual. Only you are qualified to cultivate this sword Dao. I hope this sword Dao will be able to shine brilliantly in your hands and illuminate the heavens. Chapter 29-26. Although Yang Ruoxu didn't join the sword world, the old man still chose to pass on two important Dao techniques to him. Senior, Yang Ruoxu didn't know what to say. At this moment, it seemed that any words of thanks would be much lighter than before. The old man saw through Yang Ruoxu's thoughts and just waved his hand casually. He said in a carefree manner, "Today's matter is over. We'll meet again if fate wills it. If you have the chance, come to the sword world for a walk." With that, the old man turned around and left, disappearing into the void. After the old man left, some former disciples of the academy returned. Everyone looked at the ruins in front of them with complicated expressions, and their hearts were filled with emotions. Heaven and Earth Academy, one of the four major celestial sects, had been reduced to ruins in just a day. This was the power of an imperial emperor. It was easy to flatten a heaven-level force. Although the old man with the iron crown didn't start a massacre and most of the academy disciples survived, only a few cultivators were willing to return. This was because all the academy disciples knew that without the academy patriarch and the elders being severely injured, Heaven and Earth Academy would only exist in name. In less than a day, this news would spread throughout the divine firmament continent. The three major celestial kingdoms, the three major celestial sects, and even the divine firmament palace might appear to divide Heaven and Earth Academy's territory and spirit veins. Under such circumstances, who would be willing to return? The three major celestial kingdoms and three major celestial sects were the best destinations for the academy disciples. Senior Brother Yang, Senior Sister Mo Qing, what are your plans from now on? A academy disciple asked. Yang Ruoxu shook his head slightly. Mo Qing also remained silent. They didn't have any plans or directions in their hearts. At this moment, a white-haired old man appeared out of nowhere. Behind him was a grey-robed man with a pale face and no beard. Elder Xian. Many academy disciples quickly recognized the old man's identity. On the surface, Elder Xian was the gatekeeper of the Earth-level secret pavilion in Heaven and Earth Academy. All the academy disciples recognized him. Of course, no one could see Elder Xian's cultivation base. No one knew his identity as the 10th Elder. However, Elder Xian was very senior in Heaven and Earth Academy. All the academy disciples had a trace of respect for him. Yang Ruoxu. Elder Xian said, if you don't have anywhere to go, why don't you rebuild the universe and establish another academy? Rebuild the universe and establish the academy once more, Yang Ruoxu murmured and asked subconsciously, but who will do it? The elders of the academy have all fled, and the immortal kings have all scattered. I'm afraid they won't return. You. Elder Xian pointed at Yang Ruoxu and said, only you are qualified to rebuild Chenkuan Academy. Senior Brother Yang, come. I, Shu Yi, admire you. Shu Yi was the first to agree. Yes, Senior Brother Yang, I also admire you. Senior Brother Yang, I didn't dare to say anything when they were making things difficult for you, but in fact, I believe that you are right. Many disciples of the academy chimed in. How can I? Yang Ruoxu shook her head and said, my cultivation has been crippled. In terms of strength, I can't compare to Senior Sister Mo Qing. In terms of experience, I can't compare to Elder Xian. Elder Xian waved his hand and interrupted Yang Ruoxu. He said, you cultivate the righteous scripture. You are the hope of Chenkuan Academy. Only you can bear the responsibility of establishing your heart for the heavens and earth, establishing your life for the people, inheriting the lost knowledge of the past saints, and establishing peace for all generation. This is the original intention of the academy. Elder Xian knew that only a hero like Yang Ruoxu could take the role of the Academy's patriarch and put Chenkuan Academy on the right track. Yang Ruoxu looked at the surrounding ruins and smiled bitterly. If we want to rebuild the Academy, I'm afraid we will have to change places. The spiritual energy here has been cut off by that elder, and it's difficult to cultivate. It's okay. As long as we cultivate together, it will be a new academy. Everyone knew that rebuilding the academy would be difficult. There were no immortal kings in the academy, and they were just the most ordinary Earth-level forces. They might have to go through many hardships. However, at this moment, one could see that these disciples were full of vitality and new hope. Elder Xian, what about me? Lin Xuanji asked expectantly. My cultivation is not weak, and I'm your direct disciple. Shouldn't I be an elder in the academy? Your **T. Elder Xian scolded him mercilessly. Since you inherited my lineage, you are destined to not be in the open. You can only cultivate in secret. Only then can you hide your identity and protect the academy's legacy. Ha! Lin Xuanji clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. I've been tricked by you, old man. Time flew. It had been more than 500 years since that earth-shattering battle in the demon battlefield. Even now, the true ones of the various worlds were still spreading the news that the peak master of the 9th sword peak of the sword world had killed more than 20 supreme true spirits. Of course, the dozens of kings who had died in the starry sky had attracted countless guesses. More than 500 years had passed, and no one knew who had killed the Cold Eye King and the others. Over these years, the middle world had not been peaceful. One of the 10 sinful grounds had been destroyed, and countless Rakshasas had escaped. The celestial tribute world had already issued a bounty, but no one had found any clues. There were also frequent conflicts between the various worlds. For example, the Dragon world and the Wutong world, the Kuan world and the Peng world. In recent years, they were like fire and water, and a world war could break out at any time. Once such a war broke out, it would definitely sweep in many high-grade, mid-grade, and even low-grade worlds. Some of the internal conflicts within the realms were also playing out intensely. For example, in the Heaven world and the 9 Heavens Immortal realm, there were already 3 immortal realms under Immortal Emperor Chen Mu. The Great Wasteland world was also constantly at war. A mysterious force called Kang was fighting everywhere, and it was unstoppable. It had already occupied more than half of the Great Wasteland world, and only a little resistance was left. On this day, in a cave on an ancient planet, a purple-robed man wearing a silver mask came out of seclusion. After more than 500 years of cultivation, Wu Dao's original body had integrated the Dao techniques contained in the 3 Pure Jade Book into the Wu Dao Purgatory, and refined dozens of Grotto Heavens into the Yuanwu Grotto Heaven. The Martial Field and the Yuanwu Grotto Heaven had both broken through and reached the complete realm at the same time. When he reached the Martial Field realm, he could refine boundary emperors. Now that the Martial Field realm had reached the complete realm, it had burned and refined many ancient cultivation techniques and secret techniques. There were even several forbidden secret techniques. Wu Dao's original body predicted that the Wu Dao Purgatory at the complete realm could even refine imperial emperors who had just stepped into the Martial Emperor realm. If he faced the Academy Patriarch again, even without using the prison suppressing cauldron, Wu Dao's original body could fight him. It's time. After Wu Dao's original body came out of seclusion, he looked in the direction of the Great Wasteland world, took a deep breath, and left. Chapter 29-27. Great Wilderness Domain. At the border between Eastern Wilderness and Southern Wilderness, the void suddenly split open, and a purple figure slowly walked out. He wore a silver mask, and his eyes were deep. It was Wu Dao's original body. He only had a rough understanding of the Great Wilderness Domain. The Great Wilderness Domain was vast, and it was generally divided into 4 major domains: Eastern Wilderness, Southern Wilderness, Western Wilderness, and Northern Wilderness. Originally, the 4 domains were guarded by their own demon theatres, and they did not interfere with each other. However, many years ago, a mysterious force called Kang appeared in the Great Wilderness and fought everywhere. It was almost invincible, and it swept through the entire Great Wilderness Domain. No one knew where Kang came from, They only knew that Kang's strength was unfathomable. However, when Kang arrived at the Eastern Wasteland, he encountered an extremely powerful obstruction. The ruler of Eastern Wilderness was the most powerful demon, the Arch, in the Great Wilderness domain, the blood butterfly demon, the Arch. The flames of war between the two sides continued. As time passed, a great battle that shook the entire Great Wilderness finally erupted. In that battle, the blood butterfly demon, the Arch, was severely injured and disappeared. Kang also suffered heavy losses, and its conquering of Eastern Wilderness had to stop temporarily. Not long after, the blood butterfly demon, the Arch, returned, and she was even stronger than before. She led the demons under her command to counterattack and reclaim their lost territory. Kang retreated step by step. Later on, an extremely powerful force suddenly appeared on Kang's side. Many imperial emperors appeared as if they had appeared out of thin air. Among them, there was an imperial emperor called Qingyang. He was invincible and invincible. In Eastern Wilderness, only the blood butterfly demon, the Arch, could fight him head-on. However, the number of imperial emperors on Kang's side far exceeded that of Eastern Wilderness. Moreover, other than Imperial Emperor Qingyang, there were also some peak imperial emperors. Whether it was their top combat strength, demon kings, or demon theatres, they were overwhelming Eastern Wilderness. After a few battles, Eastern Wilderness began to retreat again. Kang had already unified Southern Wilderness, Western Wilderness, and Northern Wilderness. Now, it was slowly encroaching on Eastern Wilderness. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before Kang unified the Great Wilderness domain. Wu Dao's original body identified the direction and headed toward Eastern Wilderness. Eastern Wilderness. The Taiyar mountain range bordered Southern Wilderness. In the Eastern Wilderness, there were many mountain ranges. The Taiyar mountain range was one of the 9 mountain ranges in the Eastern Wilderness. Within the mountain range, there were countless beasts running amok. At the intersection of the mountain ranges, there were also scattered towns and tribes, forming a number of large and small countries. Every country would have at least one king realm expert to oversee it. And all the kings in the Taiyar mountain range had to obey the orders of the Taiyar mountain range's master, Demon Emperor Tian Wu. The Gaiyu country was one of the countries in the Taiyar mountain range. It was located in the southernmost part of the Taiyar mountain range, adjacent to the southern wilderness. Its location was extremely important as it belonged to the Eastern Wilderness. Over the years, Kang and the Eastern Wasteland had fought many battles here. In the mountain ranges and ravines between the East Wasteland and the South Wasteland, countless corpses and bones were piled up. Blood flowed like a river, and it would not dry up even after 10,000 years. On this day, night fell. In the main hall of the Gaiyu state, more than 100 demon generals gathered here, waiting for demon monarch Gaiyu. Due to the many years of war, in the Great Wasteland domain, they were mostly called demon generals and demon kings. As for Shen demons, earth demons, and heaven demons, they were all classified as demon soldiers. Heavenly demons were typically the leaders of 10,000 demons. Earth demons were typically the leaders of 1,000 demons. Demon generals corresponded to the true self realm and commanded all the demon soldiers. Although these demon generals had different levels of cultivation, they were all the mainstays of the Gaiyu country. They were the generals of a region and held extremely important positions. Hee. In the crowd, a dignified demon general laughed and said, "Us 3 brothers have become demon generals almost one after the other. Congratulations, we should have a good drink. It's best to call Little Fox." Beside him, a tall woman with slender legs and a tall figure in green clothes suddenly spoke. This green-clothed woman's long hair was tied up, making her look valiant, clean and neat. On the other side, there was a burly man with golden hair. He looked quite dignified, but his aura was weaker in front of the other 2. The golden-haired man said, "Little Fox cultivated with the Emperor and probably became a demon general long ago. She's even 1 step ahead of us." Sigh. When the first demon general heard this, he suddenly sighed and lamented, "Ever since the 7 of us ascended, we haven't reunited. I really miss them. I wonder how they're doing after all these years." The golden-haired man nodded and said, "Big Brother ascended first and we don't know where he went. Although Brother Monkey ascended with us, He landed in a different place. As for Brother Yi, there's still no news. The green-dressed woman said, "We're lucky that the four of us ascended together and didn't split up." After a pause, the green-dressed woman said, "But Little Fox is cultivating with the emperor of the Fox clan. We haven't seen her for many years. Now, the war at the border is intense. We can't spare any time." The dignified demon general suddenly laughed and said, "But don't worry, we'll wait here in the vast wilderness. We'll definitely see Big Brother. Big Brother has a special relationship with the blood butterfly demon emperor." Back in the infinite wilderness, the two of them were in front of everyone. "TSK, TSK, TSK. The green-dressed woman smiled and could not help but scold jokingly, "Don't be so weird. Those who don't know might think that something happened between the two of them." The golden-haired man also laughed and said, "Brother Tiger, if Big Brother finds out, he'll definitely teach you a lesson." "How would he know?" The dignified demon general did not think much of it and pursed his lips. The three of them were Tiger, Immortal Crane Ching Ching and Golden Lion from Tianhuang mainland, who were sworn brothers with Su Zimo. "Right?" Ching Ching asked, "Do you know why the Demon King has gathered all the demon generals here?" "I'm not sure." Tiger and Golden Lion shook their heads. Right then, a middle-aged man slowly walked out from the back of the hall. He was dressed in black scale armor and his eyes were slightly protruding as he surveyed the surroundings. The hall quickly quietened down. "Demon King Gari Yu, I've gathered everyone here because I have something important to inform you." Demon King Gari Yu said slowly, "Over the years, Kang has been unstoppable. I'm prepared to submit." After he finished speaking, all the demon generals were stunned for a moment, and the hall instantly fell silent. Demon King Gari Yu's words had indeed caught the demon generals off guard. But soon, a demon general stood out and said in a deep voice, "Since the Demon King is prepared to submit, I'll also follow the Demon King and join Kang. Count me in. I've long wanted to submit. Anyway, I can't stop them." One by one, the demon generals stood out and expressed their stance. Of course, some were silent and some were still watching. Tiger and the other two frowned and had ugly expressions. On the one hand, the three of them did not want to join Kang. On the other hand, if they chose to submit to Kang, it would mean betraying the blood butterfly demon emperor. The three of them had seen with their own eyes that the appearance of the blood butterfly demon emperor saved infinite wilderness. How could they betray her? Chapter 29-28. Soon, nearly half of the 100 demon generals stood up and chose to follow demon monarch Gari Yu. Looking at the remaining silent demon generals, demon monarch Gari Yu smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. We've been fighting for so many years, and it's fate. No matter what choice you make, I can understand." Hearing this, the remaining demon generals' expressions softened, and they began to discuss softly. "Actually, I really don't want to submit to Kang. At least I can live in Eastern Wilderness and retain a trace of dignity. If we submit to Kang, we'll be reduced to the lowest level of ants. Indeed, under Kang's rule, the living beings of the Grand Wilderness live in fear all day long. They live in fear, and it's better to die." Over the years, how many races in the Grand Wilderness domain have been wiped out by Kang? In their eyes, the living beings of the Grand Wilderness are like weeds that can be harvested at will. The blood butterfly demon empress has been in Eastern Wilderness for so many years. How powerful is she? However, she has never bullied other weak races. Most of the people who died in her hands are the strongest in this world. A few demon generals stood up and cupped their hands at demon monarch Gari Yu. "We're still willing to stay in Eastern Wilderness and follow the blood butterfly demon empress." The golden lion did not think much and instinctively wanted to stand up. The tiger's eyes turned, and he suddenly frowned. He pulled him back and shook his head slightly. They had known each other for so many years. Even if the tiger did not say a word, the golden lion could roughly guess. At that moment, demon monarch Gari Yu said, "Everyone has their own aspirations. I can understand. You can leave." The demon generals took a deep breath and bowed to demon monarch Gari Yu before turning to leave. However, before they could leave the main hall, they felt a strong sense of danger descend. A few cold lights flashed behind them. It was too fast. The demon generals did not have time to react. Under the gazes of all the demons, the demon generals were cut in half by a few sharp fish scales. Blood and organs splattered on the ground. The demon generals' essence souls were not spared. They were killed by a few fish scales. This was the power of a demon monarch. Only demon monarch Gari Yu could kill the demon generals in an instant without giving them any chance to react. The smell of blood instantly spread out and filled the hall. When the remaining Fey generals saw this scene and smelled the thick and pungent smell of blood, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines and their hearts turn cold. Golden Lion felt a lingering fear in its heart. If the tiger had not grabbed him just now, he would have fallen into this pool of blood and become a corpse. However, at the same time, fury surged in the Golden Lion's heart and his golden hair stood on end. Old 7, hold it in. Don't be rash. Sensing the anger in the Golden Lion's heart, the tiger hurriedly reminded it through telepathy. Who else made the same choice as them? Demon Monarch Gari Yu asked calmly. A few demon generals had just died, so who would dare to stand out now? Stepping forward now was no different from courting death. The demon generals who had been watching silently and hesitating all stood on the other side and chose to follow Demon Monarch Gari Yu. On the other side of the hall, the number of demon generals was decreasing. Not long after, only 3 figures were left. They were Tiger, Ching Ching, and Golden Lion. Let's go. Tiger grabbed Golden Lion and sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness, wanting to pull him over. The 3 of them were too conspicuous standing on this side. Ching Ching also persuaded, save our lives first. We'll find another opportunity to escape and send this news to Demon Emperor Tianwu. Golden Lion clenched his fists and remained silent for a long time before compromising. Even though his heart was filled with endless anger, he knew that if he continued to persist, not only would he die here, but he would also implicate Tiger and Ching Ching. The 3 of them also walked in the other direction. Wait. Demon Monarch Gari Yu's voice suddenly sounded with a hint of coldness. Demon Monarch Gari Yu said faintly, Hubatian, your lion brother seems to be very unwilling. He's not unwilling. Tiger hurriedly said with a cheeky smile, he was just scared silly by the Demon Monarch's powerful methods and couldn't recover for a moment. Demon Monarch, you're peerless and wise. Even I was stunned just now. Demon Monarch Gari Yu was unmoved by Tiger's fawning and flattery. He didn't seem to intend to let Golden Lion off. He continued, how can we prove that he's willing? After all, I'm the most reasonable person. I never force others. Tiger cursed in his heart, but on the surface, he still smiled and asked, he's definitely willing. He's just a little slow to react, you'd better shut up. I didn't ask you to speak. Before Tiger could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Demon Monarch Gari Yu. Demon Monarch Gari Yu pointed at Golden Lion and said coldly, say it yourself. Golden Lion clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, I'm willing to follow the Demon Monarch. Louder, I can't hear you. Demon Monarch Gari Yu said indifferently. Ching Ching frowned. Tiger gradually stopped smiling. I'm willing to follow the Demon Monarch. Golden Lion took a deep breath and said loudly, come here and kneel here. Demon Monarch Gari Yu pointed in front of him arrogantly. He wanted to see how long this Golden Lion could endure. Golden Lion didn't say a word, but his body was trembling slightly. He wasn't enduring it for himself. If it were him, he would have gone all out long ago. However, he knew that if he couldn't get through this, he would implicate Tiger and Ching Ching. Golden Lion walked towards Demon Monarch Gari Yu. However, just as he took a step forward, his left and right arms were grabbed by a large and small palm. It was Tiger and Ching Ching. Before Golden Lion could react, he saw Tiger come in front of him and point at the high and mighty Demon Monarch Gari Yu. He cursed, kneel, my ass. Not to mention the surrounding demon generals, even Demon Monarch Gari Yu was stunned by the scolding. Tiger didn't stop and continued to scold, I'm giving you face by calling you Demon Monarch. Do you really think you're someone important? You're just a fart to me. The Golden Lion was worried about implicating the 2 of them. How could Tiger not see that? He would never watch the Golden Lion suffer such grievances alone. Furthermore, He had already seen through it. Demon monarch Gari Yu had no intention of letting the golden lion off. If the golden lion was in trouble, he and Ching Ching wouldn't sit idly by. Even if the three of them joined forces, they wouldn't be able to withstand demon monarch Gari Yu's attack. Since they couldn't escape death, they might as well scold him to their heart's content first. Good, good, good. Demon monarch Gari Yu stood up and laughed in anger. He said coldly, "Since you're bent on dying, I'll fulfill your wish." Ha! Tiger also laughed loudly and said, "Fulfill your wish. I'm not afraid to tell you that there are 7 of us brothers. If you dare to kill the 3 of us, the remaining 4 will definitely seek revenge on you." Me. Demon monarch Gari Yu sneered and said, "Dragons don't live with snakes, and phoenixes don't dance with chickens. Who can be sworn brothers with the 3 of you? I'll kill all of these small fries no matter how many come. Is that so?" Right at this moment, an ordinary voice sounded from outside the hall. "Try killing me." Chapter 29-29. Tiger, Ching Ching, and the golden lion shuddered when they heard this voice. Their minds went blank. They didn't even hear what the person said. Although they hadn't seen him for many years, they were all too familiar with this voice. But how was this possible? It was impossible. The 3 of them suspected that they were hallucinating and couldn't believe it. For some reason, the 3 of them looked at each other but didn't dare to look back. Even if it was just an illusion, the 3 of them wanted this illusion to stay in this moment for a while longer. The other demon generals, including Demon King Gari Yu, naturally didn't think too much. They looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man wearing a silver mask and a purple robe strolling into the hall. At first glance, this person didn't reveal any terrifying aura. Demon King Gari Yu didn't bat an eyelid. He released his divine perception and scanned the purple-robed man several times, but he didn't find anything. He should be a demon king. Demon King Gari Yu thought. Even if he hadn't seen the arch-experts of the vast wilderness, he had heard of them. However, he had never heard of any the arch-expert who would dress like this. If he wasn't a demon the arch, he was most likely a demon king. If he was just a demon general and dared to take the initiative to come here, he really didn't know what was good for him. Of course, if this purple-robed man was brothers with the other 3, it was very likely that he would rush out to die. "Who are you?" Demon King Gari Yu asked slowly after making some guesses. Even if the other party was a demon king, it was impossible for him to kill him. He could guard a country at the border of the eastern wilderness because he had cultivated to the peak of the Grotto Heaven realm and was a peak-stage demon king. Even if the worst-case scenario was that the other party's battle prowess was above his, he would still be able to escape. From the moment he entered the hall, Wu Dao's original body didn't look at Demon King Gari Yu. His gaze was always on the 3 figures with their backs to him. The 3 of them trembled slightly. It was obvious that their hearts were beating violently. Wu Dao's original body couldn't be bothered with Demon King Gari Yu's question. As if he didn't hear him, he only asked the tiger and the other 2, "The 3 of you are standing there. Are you not going to acknowledge me as your big brother?" Hearing this, Old Tiger and the other 2 were overjoyed. They quickly turned around. Although Wu Dao's main body was wearing a silver mask, Old Tiger and the other 2 recognized him at a glance. This person in front of them was Su Zimo. "Big brother." The tiger almost burst into laughter. He was the first to pounce forward and give Wu Dao a big bear hug. Then, the golden lion and Ching Ching also rushed over. In the world of cultivation, no matter how deep the relationship between brothers and good friends was, they would not show too much enthusiasm. Such an action seemed to be a little overboard. Wu Dao's main body was among them, and he seemed even more out of place. In the eyes of the vast majority of cultivators, Orochi Tokushi of the Devil Domain was definitely a cold and merciless expert that no one dared to approach. In the eyes of the Yasha King, Wu Dao's true body was the most terrifying person in his heart. But now, facing the hugs of Old Tiger, Ching Ching and Golden Lion, Wu Dao's main body did not push them away. Instead, he enjoyed this rare warmth and joy. At that moment, the 4 of them felt as though they had returned to Tianhuang mainland and dominated Howling Moon Mountain together. Nobody could resist the sincerity and passion of their emotions, not even Wu Dao's main body. Naturally, the four of them had a lot to talk about. Even 3 days and 3 nights would not be enough to finish talking. However, at that moment, the four of them were reunited and it seemed as though everything was superfluous. Even the talkative tiger couldn't utter a single word at this moment. His lips trembled a few times, and his eyes turned red. Tears welled up in his eyes. Even old Tiger felt embarrassed and tried his best to hold it in. However, the moment he tried, his tears flowed instead. F***ck, this is too embarrassing. Old Tiger scolded himself internally as he cried. Ching Ching's eyes were red as well. Although the golden lion did not cry, it was grinning foolishly the entire time. Ching Ching rolled her eyes at old Tiger and mocked, "You're already so old and yet you're still crying. You're not even embarrassed enough. Stop talking," old Tiger begged with snot and tears running down his face. A stifled laugh sounded from the hall. Demon King Gari Yu could not help but laugh out loud. Initially, he thought that Wu Dao's main body was a ruthless character when he saw how calm he was and did not come with good intentions. In fact, he was worried. But now that the four of them were together in a crazed manner, crying and laughing, Demon King Gari Yu realized that he was overthinking. Seems like I was right. Dragons don't live with snakes and phoenixes don't dance with chickens. Raising his brow slightly, Demon King Gari Yu said, "That's all there is to a person who is sworn brothers with the three of you. He seemed like he wanted to kill us earlier on." Wu Dao's main body ignored Demon King Gari Yu and asked old Tiger and the other two. At the mention of that, the three of them felt their hearts skip a beat and they composed themselves quickly. The danger before them was not resolved yet. Old Tiger hurriedly reminded him via voice transmission, "Boss, this is a ruthless character. A peak stage demon king. What's your cultivation level?" Wu Dao's main body pondered and said, "According to what you said, he should also be a peak stage king." He had already cultivated his martial domain realm to perfection in the origin martial grotto heaven. According to the realm of the cultivation world, he was indeed a peak stage king. A peak stage king against a peak stage king. Old Tiger rubbed his chin and asked carefully, "Boss, why don't you hold him back here? The three of us will retreat first so as not to drag you down, Pa." Before old Tiger could finish speaking, Ching Ching slapped the back of his head. "Just kidding." Old Tiger staggered from the slap and hurriedly corrected himself. Wu Dao's main body said indifferently, "Killing him is very easy." Before he finished speaking, Wu Dao's main body flicked his finger. A cluster of dark green flames floated towards Demon King Gari Yu. It was not fast and its temperature was not high. He could not sense any power. Boom. Chi and blood surged in Demon King Gari Yu's body. He directly propped up his grotto heaven and suppressed the dark green flame. He shouted, "The light of a firefly, how dare you!" Ah! Demon King Gari Yu was only halfway through his words when he let out a miserable scream. That seemingly ordinary cluster of dark green flames had actually burned a hole in his grotto heaven. Under the impact of his chi and blood, the flames burned brightly and soared into the sky. His entire grotto heaven was surrounded by this dark green flame from head to toe. It could not be extinguished at all. After Wu Dao's main body reached perfection in the origin martial grotto heaven, the power of the netherworld ghost flame had also increased. Not to mention a peak stage immortal king, even a quasi-emperor expert could easily die in a sea of fire if they did not deal with this netherworld ghost flame well. The netherworld ghost flame burned one's chi and blood. The chi and blood released by Demon King Gari Yu would only increase the power of the netherworld ghost flame greatly. In the blink of an eye, Demon King Gari Yu's grotto heaven was burned full of holes and was about to collapse. He himself was also burned into a skeleton emitting dark green flames. The flesh and blood on his body were rapidly disappearing, turning into nourishment for the netherworld ghost flame. End of this chapter. Chapter 29:30. Even a perfected grotto heaven was surrounded by the netherworld ghost fire. Even demon monarch Gari Yu's essence spirit could not escape. Under the horrified gazes of the demon generals, demon monarch Gari Yu was reduced to a skeleton in just a few breaths. His essence spirit turned to ashes and he died. This, The more than 100 demon generals in the hall were greatly shocked. That was a peak-stage demon monarch. However, the purple-robed man did not even look at demon monarch Gari Yu. He killed him with a casual flick of a flame. What kind of power was that? A quasi-emperor? Or the arch? More importantly, the purple-robed man was clearly on the side of the blood butterfly demon monarch, and they had all expressed their allegiance to Kang. If the purple-robed man attacked them, he could probably kill them all with a casual breath. The demon generals looked at Wu Dao's true body in fear and trembled, afraid that this ruthless person would attack them. However, Wu Dao's true body did not care about them. His thoughts were on the tiger, Ching Ching, and the golden lion. Your cultivation speed is very fast. Wu Dao's true body sensed their cultivation realm and nodded. The tiger patted his chest and said, "After the three of us descended to the vast wilderness, we fought at the borders all year round. Our cultivation is the result of countless bloody battles. What's there to say?" Ching Ching rolled her eyes at the tiger and said, "Compared to Big Brother, we are far inferior." Wu Dao's true body smiled and asked, "Are there only the three of you in the vast wilderness? Is there any news of Monkey, Night Spirit, and Little Fox?" "There's still no news of Brother Monkey and Old Fifth." The golden lion said, "However, Little Fox is also in the vast wilderness. Her opportunities are much better than the three of us. She was favored by an imperial lord of the fox race and was taken in as a personal disciple. Her cultivation realm is probably higher than ours." The tiger said excitedly, "We were just talking about Little Fox. We haven't seen her in a long time and we miss her. Since Big Brother is back, let's go find Little Fox and have a good gathering. If Little Fox sees Big Brother, she'll probably be overjoyed." Ching Ching pursed her lips into a smile. Although the Little Fox was one of the 7 brothers, the others could tell that she was the closest to Su Zimo. Tiger seemed to have thought of something. He winked at Wu Dao and said, "Boss, I'm afraid that the people you want to see the most this time aren't us, but other people. Of course I have to see her." Wu Dao's original body nodded and did not hide his thoughts. "But since we're already in the Great Wilderness, there's no need to rush." Back in Tianhuang mainland, Su Zimo had thought that he might be able to meet Dai Yu one day as Wu Dao's original body. Wu Dao's true body was his greatest reliance ever since he started cultivating. It was also his pride. Even Dai Yu knew nothing about Wu Dao's true identity. Back then, Dai Yu made use of the bloodline phenomenon of the dragon phoenix true body to descend on Tianhuang mainland. She was already shocked when she saw the accomplishments of the dragon phoenix true body. Qinglian's true body could not escape her senses either. However, she did not sense the existence of Wu Dao's true body. Su Zimo had been looking forward to this day the entire time. The reason why he wanted to come to the Great Wilderness to look for Dai Yu was not only because he missed her. More than that, it was because Su Zimo wanted to stand in front of Dai Yu and let her take a look. The young man whom she spent countless efforts to change his fate back then had already come this far. He caught up to her when he saw her back view. In fact, he could even fight alongside her. "I'm afraid we'll have to make a trip to Tianwu Hall first." Ching Ching pondered for a moment. There are dozens of countries like Gari Yu in the Taiyar mountain range. I suspect that Demon King Gari Yu's betrayal is not an isolated case. Let's head to Tianwu Hall first and inform Demon Emperor Tianwu of this matter so that he can be prepared. The Golden Lion nodded and said, "We should indeed inform Demon Emperor Tianwu of such a big matter so that we won't be caught off guard." "Let's go." Wu Dao nodded and said, "We're on the way. Tell me about the situation in the Eastern Wilderness." The Martial Dao body only had a general understanding of the Great Wasteland domain. As for the situation in the Eastern Wilderness domain, he did not know much. Demon King Gari Yu is dead. Those who want to leave can leave. Those who want to stay can stay. The tiger looked at the demon generals in the hall and said in a low voice, "However, when we meet on the battlefield in the future, we will not show mercy." With that, Wu Dao and the other 3 turned and left, heading toward Tianwu Hall in the Taiyar mountain range. According to the tiger, the master of the Taiyar mountain range was Demon Emperor Tianwu, who resided in Tianwu Hall. His true body was a mutated tiger demon with 10 tiger tails. There were a total of 9 mountain ranges in the entire eastern wilderness. In each mountain range, there were hundreds of thousands of mountains with many tribes and countries. The territory was comparable to an immortal domain in the heaven domain. The 9 mountain ranges were Earthmound Mountain Range, where Dragon Emperor Huang Hai presided. Swagger Mountain Range, where Rock Demon Emperor presided. Hashu Mountain Range, where Divine Elephant Demon Emperor presided. Qingqiu Mountain Range, where Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor presided. Liupa Mountain Range, where Kuei Ox Demon Emperor presided. Days Mountain Range, where Baize Demon Emperor presided. Dian Mountain Range, where Sky-Bearing Emperor presided. Bogu Mountain Range, where Fei Lian Demon Emperor presided. East Pole Mountain Range, where Black Snake Demon Emperor presided. Tai'ar Mountain Range, where Tianwu Demon Emperor presided. The 9 mountain ranges had 9 demon emperors. Of course, among the 9 demon emperors, their cultivation and combat strength were different. According to the tiger's speculation, the strongest should be Dragon Emperor Huang Hai, Rock Demon Emperor, and Divine Elephant Demon Emperor. Hearing the names of these 3, Wu Dao fell into deep thought. There were a total of 12 demon kings in the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness. Among them, there were Dragon Emperor Huang Hai, Rock Demon Emperor, and Divine Elephant Demon Emperor. His reverse scale, Rock Wings, 6 Fangs Divine Power, and other mystiques all originated from these 3 demon emperors. In that case, after all these years, these 3 demon emperors had all become demon emperors. However, the names of the other demon emperors seemed unfamiliar, and did not match the names of the 12 demon kings. Among the 12 demon kings, there were Wild Ox, Hell Tiger, Wind Leopard, Divine Chariot, Spirit Turtle, and so on. These demon kings might not have reached the demon emperor realm, so they could not become demon emperors who presided over a mountain range. Qing said, I feel that the 9-tailed demon emperor of Qingqiu Mountain Range's combat strength might not be weaker than Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and the other 2. After a pause, Qing said, by the way, this 9-tailed demon emperor is also from the Fox clan. She took Little Fox as her disciple. That 9-tailed demon emperor is really, at the mention of this demon emperor, the tiger and the golden lion's eyes suddenly became a little strange, with some fear and infatuation. What are you trying to say? Qing stared at the tiger and asked in an unfriendly tone. The tiger's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly said seriously, I just want to remind boss, when you see the 9-tailed demon emperor, don't ever look at her. That pair of fox eyes are really seductive. The golden lion also nodded quickly, saying, if you don't pay attention, your soul will be taken away. Qing rolled her eyes and said irritably, who's like the 2 of you? You can't move when you see her, and you're drooling on the spot. How embarrassing. Chapter 2931. Which mountain is the Blood Butterfly Demonic Empress in? Wu Dao asked. Dai Yu had once told him that even in the upper world, there were no more than 5 people who knew her name. Therefore, in front of Tiger and the other 2, the martial Dao body still referred to Dai Yu as the emperor. Qing said, the Blood Butterfly Demonic Empress is in a valley called the Butterfly Valley. It is not part of the 9 mountain ranges. The Butterfly Valley is not big. The Butterfly tribe cultivates there. The martial Dao body brought the 3 of them through the spatial tunnel at an extremely fast speed. It didn't take long for them to reach the deepest part of the Tai'ar mountain range. On the peak of the mountain in the distance, one could see a huge palace built by the side of the mountain. The buildings were stacked on top of each other, giving off a majestic and magnificent aura. The martial Dao true body frowned as if he had sensed something. There is only one demonic empress in the Tai'ar mountain range? Wu Dao asked. Yes. Tiger nodded. In the entire eastern wilderness, there are only 10 demonic empress, including the Blood Butterfly Demonic Empress. If not for her strength, the eastern wilderness would have collapsed. Boss, what's wrong? Wu Dao's true body didn't explain. After pondering for a moment, he led Tiger and the other 2 past the many checkpoints and landed in front of the largest palace in the group of palaces. With his divine sense, he could easily sense the aura of 2 demonic emperors in the palace. In the palace, other than the 2 demonic emperors sitting at the top, there were dozens of demonic emperors standing on both sides of the palace. Just as Wu Dao's original body arrived, the two demonic emperors stopped talking and looked over. Who is it? Seeing Wu Dao's original body and the other three enter the palace, the demonic emperors on both sides shouted with unfriendly expressions. Greetings, demonic emperors. Tiger hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to the group of monster kings while explaining, we're on the same side, on the same side. The three of us are demon generals from the Gayu country. This is our sworn brother. He is also here to help the Eastern Wilderness. Hearing this, the surrounding demon kings looked at each other with a strange look on their faces. Hearing this, they relaxed and just calmly looked at Wu Dao's group of four with a faint smile on their faces. The tiger heaved a sigh of relief and smiled, I'm Hu Batian. I'm here to see Demon Emperor Tianwu. I have something to report. I am. At the very top, the man on the left slowly spoke. The tiger regained his spirit and said solemnly, Monster Monarch Tianwu, Monster King Gari Yu is preparing to betray the East Baron and submit to Kang. He even killed a few monster generals to threaten the other monster generals and make us submit to him. Oh! Demon Emperor Tianwu raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, is there such a thing? As he spoke, Demon Emperor Tianwu looked at the man beside him. This man looked a little strange. There were two beast heads on his neck. His body was filled with demon qi, and his eyes were fierce. The two-headed beast and Demon Emperor Tianwu looked at each other and smiled at the same time. The tiger said, the four of us took the risk to come here because we guessed that there might be other demon kings in the Taiyar mountain range besides the Gayu country. Please be prepared, Demon Emperor Tianwu. How did you survive? Demon Emperor Tianwu suddenly asked, that trash Gari Yu didn't kill you? The tiger's heart sank. He vaguely felt that there was something wrong with Demon Emperor Tianwu's words. Not only Demon Emperor Tianwu, but the surrounding demon king's reactions were also a little strange. After hearing the news, the dozens of demon kings were not surprised at all. Instead, there was a hint of mockery and ridicule in their eyes. Wu Dao's original body had not spoken since he stepped into the main hall. At this moment, he finally opened his mouth and only asked one question. Demon Emperor Tianwu, who is that beside you? Wu Dao's original body stared at Demon Emperor Tianwu and the tiger at the very top of the main hall and slowly asked. Me? The two-headed beast suddenly grinned and said, ha 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 ha, you don't even know me, and you think you're smart enough to tip me off? My emperor title, foot technique. The two-headed beast said word by word. Emperor title. Another demon emperor. The tiger was shocked. He tried his best to remain calm and forced a smile. He praised, wow, there's another demon emperor in the Taiyar mountain range. Congratulations. It seems like our worries were completely unnecessary. We've disturbed the two demon emperors. We'll leave now. Demon monarchs, please wait, the tiger said as he gave Ching Ching and the golden lion a look. At their level, although they had never seen Demon Emperor Zhu Shu, they had heard of his name. Demon Emperor Foot Technique was originally a demon emperor in the southern wilderness. However, after Kang swept through the southern wilderness, this Demon Emperor Foot Technique submitted to Kang and had long been a demon emperor under Kang. At this moment, this Demon Emperor Foot Technique appeared in the Tianwu Hall and sat side by side with Demon Emperor Tianwu. This in itself meant many things. The tiger's heart had already sunk to the bottom. It was only now that he realized. Demon King Gari Yu's betrayal was not a coincidence. The entire Taiyar mountain range might be swallowed by Kang. Demon Emperor Tianwu had most likely betrayed the Eastern Wilderness. Now that the four of them had come to Tianwu Hall and even reported to Demon Monarch Tianwu, it was no different from sending lambs to the tiger's den. Ching Ching and the golden lion's expressions were also ugly. Demon Emperor Tianwu smiled and said, since you're here, don't leave. Swoosh. 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 Dozens of demon kings had already appeared and surrounded Wu Dao's original body, blocking their path of retreat. What the hell is this? The tiger cursed in his heart. The four of them had just reunited and not been happy for long, but in the blink of an eye, they were in danger. Extreme joy begets sorrow. This was it. The tiger looked at the dozens of demon kings around him who were eyeing him covetously with ill intentions. His face was pale as he asked in a low voice, "Boss, as a pinnacle king, can you hold on?" After saying that, even the tiger himself was not confident. The gap between the Grotto Heaven realm and the Emperor realm was like the abyss. Not to mention a pinnacle king, even a quasi-emperor expert was not enough in front of a true emperor. The tiger said, "Boss, why don't you escape first and take revenge for the three of us later?" "Why should I escape?" Wu Dao's original body looked calm as he ignored the dozens of demon kings around him. He only stared at Demon Emperor Tian Wu and Demon Emperor Foot Technique and said indifferently, "The ones who should escape are not us." After he had stepped into the perfected martial domain realm, he had not fought with an Emperor realm expert. There were two demon emperors in front of him. He could let him try how powerful the perfected Wu Dao purgatory could be. Chapter 2932. Kill. Without waiting for Demon the Arch Tian Wu's order, the dozens of demon monarchs around him roared and charged towards Wu Dao's group of four. The tiger, Qing Qing, and the golden lion were pale. They would not be able to withstand the pressure emitted by any of the demon monarchs. Not to mention the dozens of demon monarchs swarming them. It was as if they would be torn to pieces in the next moment. Boom. At that moment, a loud sound came from Wu Dao's body. A crimson halo suddenly burst out from Wu Dao's body. Countless mysterious runes gathered on it and instantly enveloped the dozens of demon monarchs around him. "Be careful." Demon the Arch Tian Wu's expression changed as he warned loudly. Within this crimson-red halo, he felt a kind of power that made his heart palpitate. The demon monarchs did not have time to think and subconsciously held up their respective grotto heavens. Dozens of grotto heavens appeared, and the surrounding void began to collapse. In the next moment, the crimson halo suddenly exploded, forming a huge flame domain that was intertwined with terrifying Dao and laws. This flame domain directly engulfed the dozens of demon monarchs. Red Lotus Karmic Fire, Martial Soul Fire, Tribulation Fire, Dragon Phoenix Flame, Hellfire, and Netherworld Ghost Flame. The 6 types of supreme flames were like 6 fire dragons that circled and danced in this domain. They emitted different auras and powers, but they could perfectly fuse together. Wu Dao's original body did not intend to test this group of demon monarchs at all. The first thing he attacked was Wu Dao's purgatory. Even a boundary the arch could not withstand the greater success Wu Dao's purgatory. Now, the greater perfection Wu Dao's purgatory was simply a destructive force to this group of demon monarchs. Some demon monarchs could not even last a breath before being burned to ashes. The fragments of their grotto heavens turned into streams of light and entered Wu Dao's body to be devoured by the origin martial grotto heaven. Some demon monarchs relied on their greater perfection grotto heavens to only last a breath or two. Under the control of Wu Dao's true body, the tiger, Qing Qing, and the golden lion were not harmed at all even though they were in Wu Dao's purgatory. Before Old Tiger and the other two could react, they discovered that the group of demon kings, who were still filled with killing intent, had already turned into ashes. Not even their corpses remained. F***CK, Tiger was dumbfounded. His lips trembled as he said in a trembling voice, This is too much. The whole process had indeed happened too quickly. Demon Monarch Tian Wu and Demon Monarch Zhu Shu didn't even have time to attack before dozens of demon monarchs died. At this moment, the two beast monarchs finally realized that they had encountered a ruthless person. Of course, the two of them were martial emperors after all. They were already at the peak of the middle world. They wouldn't retreat without a fight just because they saw a ruthless person. Boom. Boom. The two demonic emperors did not dare to hold back. They held up a world and rushed towards Wu Dao's original body. Wu Dao's purgatory, the two worlds fiercely collided. The two completely different forces intertwined and devoured each other. In just a few breaths, the two demonic emperors' expressions changed. They were secretly shocked. The two worlds they held up were burning under the purgatory's flames. The temperature was constantly rising. The edges were even burning red. If this continued, the two demonic emperors' worlds would be incinerated by Wu Dao's purgatory. At this moment, Wu Dao's original body's blood essence surged. With a long roar, he took a step forward. The earth shook, and the mountains shook. An unstoppable aura burst forth. The power of Wu Dao's purgatory also rose. Every inch of the purgatory's void contained Wu Dao's will. It advanced bravely and courageously. Whoosh! Wu Dao's purgatory's range expanded again, enveloping the two world. In this domain, Wu Dao's original body was the only god. Now, if the two demonic emperors wanted to leave alive, they had to break out of Wu Dao's purgatory first. Blazing flames surged into the skies. Against the burning of Wu Dao's purgatory, the two worlds could not withstand it at all. They were burned crystal clear with a red glow and could collapse at any moment. Tiger and the other two were dumbfounded. Although their cultivation realms were far from that level, they could tell that the two demonic emperors were suppressed by Wu Dao's original body. Boss has already cultivated to this level? Tiger was speechless. Within Wu Dao's purgatory, Demon Emperor Tian Wu had already transformed into his true body and released his bloodline phenomenon. Together with the world, he continued to resist the burning of Wu Dao's purgatory. It was the same for Demon Emperor Zhu Shu. However, the two of them were like trapped beasts fighting. As long as they were still in Wu Dao's purgatory, the two of them would not be able to leave alive. Finally, a look of determination flashed through Demon Emperor Zhu Shu's eyes. He turned his monarch weapon and suddenly chopped off one of his heads, causing blood to spurt out. With the help of the blood, Demon Emperor Zhu Shu continuously released dharmic arts into the head. At the same time, he shouted, "Explode!" Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion. One of Beast Emperor Zhu Shu's heads exploded with a loud bang, bursting with an unparalleled power. Even the purgatory of martial Dao couldn't withstand it and quickly collapsed. Of course, under such a violent impact, the two demonic emperors' worlds also collapsed. Even so, the two demonic emperors were overjoyed and heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they could break free from that fiery purgatory, the two of them could rely on their powerful bodies and blood to fight against the purple-robed man. Their chances of winning were very high. After the two demonic emperors broke free from Wu Dao's purgatory, they took out their monarch weapons and charged toward Wu Dao's original body instead of retreating. Ignorant fools! Wu Dao's original body said coldly. He stepped forward and threw two punches at the two demonic emperors without even taking out the prison-suppressing cauldron. The two demonic emperors instantly felt suffocated by the two punches. There was such a ferocious fist art in this world. Not only was the punch ferocious and explosive, it even sealed off the two demonic emperors' escape route. The rift collapsed in the direction of the punch. The two demonic emperors lost control of their bodies and slammed toward the punch. Facing the punch, the two demonic emperors did not even have the chance to retreat. They could only face it head-on. Bang! Bang! Wu Dao's fist collided with the two monarch weapons, resulting in a dull thud. The two monarch weapons were instantly knocked away by Wu Dao's fist. A shocking force surged into the two demonic emperors' bodies and swept across their bodies, destroying their vitality. Puff! Puff! The two demonic emperors were blasted apart by Wu Dao's two punches and turned into two clouds of blood mist. This was the power of a perfected martial domain realm cultivator. The two demonic emperors' primordial spirits were not destroyed. With a thought, they reformed their bodies and turned to flee without hesitation. However, Wu Dao's original body was faster. The two demonic emperors had just turned around and failed to escape the hall when they felt their vision darken. Around the two of them, a huge furnace appeared and enveloped the two of them. Outside the furnace, the two demonic emperors seemed to see a pair of deep and cold eyes staring down at them like a deity. Who exactly is he? That was the last thought in the two demonic emperors' minds. Chapter 2933. Eastern Wilderness. Butterfly Valley. After Wu Dao's true body dealt with the two demon emperors, he did not linger in Taiyar mountain range. Instead, he brought Tiger and the other two to Butterfly Valley. Given the speed of Wu Dao's true body, it did not take long for them to arrive at the place. Wu Dao's true body was not in a hurry to enter. He sensed for a while. There were many small valleys in Butterfly Valley. In one of the small valleys, there was indeed an extremely powerful aura that was faintly discernible. Wu Dao's true body took a deep breath and removed the Mara mask. Then, he brought Tiger and the other two and tore through the void, arriving outside the small valley silently. That powerful aura was inside. Could it be Dai Yu? What was her residence like? Was it an imperial palace or a cave abode? Too many thoughts flashed through Su Zimo's mind. At this moment, he could not calm down at all. After standing still for a long time, Su Zimo finally headed into the valley. After entering the valley, his vision opened up. As far as the eye could see, there were clusters of flowers in all colors. There were no buildings in the valley. There was only a gigantic green rock in the middle of the flowers and a red figure sat on it. That figure wore a blood-colored robe and hugged her knees with her arms. Her black hair was like a waterfall and her chin was resting on her arms, burying half of her face. She looked lazy and casual. Her posture was like a blood-colored butterfly that stood quietly on the green rock. Although he could only see a side profile, Su Zimo could already confirm that it was Dai Yu. This figure had haunted his heart for many years. Su Zimo had imagined countless times how the two of them would meet again. Perhaps, Dai Yu was in an unresolvable danger and he descended like a god, riding a rainbow cloud and standing beside Dai Yu to fight by her side. Perhaps, some strong enemy was forcing Dai Yu to become Dao companions with him. A woman as stunning as Dai Yu would definitely be admired by countless people in the upper world. Su Zimo was even prepared to snatch Dai Yu over even if he had to cause a ruckus at the wedding. Perhaps, he was in danger and Dai Yu sensed it and saved him. Or perhaps, Su Zimo had thought of too many scenes, but he had never thought that the two of them would meet again in such a quiet and peaceful valley, with birds chirping and flowers blooming, butterflies dancing in the air, and a brook gurgling. There were no flashes of swords, no rain of blood. This moment was like a dream. But it was real and beautiful. This was the best meeting between the two of them. The figure on the bluestone seemed to have noticed something. To be more precise, with Dai Yu's cultivation, she must have known that someone was coming. She just didn't want to bother. Perhaps touched by Su Zimo's gaze, the figure gradually raised its head and glanced over. Their eyes met. The two of them couldn't shift their gazes away. A trace of doubt surfaced on Dai Yu's face, followed by surprise. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Such emotional fluctuations were rarely seen in Dai Yu. Second Master Su? After a long while, Dai Yu asked softly, as if she still couldn't believe it. In Tianhuang mainland, most people in Pingyang town would address Su Zimo as such. Dai Yu had lived in Pingyang town for 3 years and naturally knew about it. When he heard that distant address, Su Zimo smiled. Miss Dai, I'm here to look for you. Both of them were using the address they used in Pingyang town. When she heard that, Dai Yu smiled as well. I'll look for you. All right, I'll wait for you. Back when she left that small town and Tianhuang mainland, the young man who she had already severed her karma with shouted those words to her. At that time, she merely replied casually. However, she did not expect that the young man would come today. At this moment, Dai Yu's heart felt as though it was struck by something. That feeling was indescribable. She had never felt or experienced anything like this before. She could not imagine how much pain and danger that young man had to go through for this day. She couldn't imagine what had made that mortal, who didn't even have a spiritual root, walk step by step to this place. The two of them looked at each other just like that. In this valley, both of them only had eyes for each other. Dai Yu was smiling. However, Su Zimo could still see a trace of fatigue between her brows. It seemed like the situation in Eastern Wilderness was still giving her quite a bit of pressure. Just like that, the two of them smiled and did not speak. However, there was an indescribable joy in their hearts. Naturally, Su Zimo knew why he was happy. However, Dai Yu could not explain it. However, the moment she saw Su Zimo, her heartstrings seemed to have been tugged and a complicated feeling surged within her. After a long time, Dai Yu finally spoke again with a faint smile. Before I left Tianhuang mainland, I left you 3 gifts. Did you come to look for me empty-handed? Su Zimo was speechless for a moment and was stumped by the question. He had been thinking about how to catch up with Dai Yu and had indeed not considered what gifts to bring when he reunited with Dai Yu. All of a sudden, a thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. He took out 2 round objects from his storage bag and threw them on the ground. There are gifts too. When the 3 of them saw the gifts that Su Zimo took out, their vision turned black and they almost fainted on the spot. The 2 round objects were the heads of the 2 demon emperors that Su Zimo had killed previously, Demon Emperor Qianwu and Demon Emperor Zhu Shu. The 2 heads were charred black by the flames and were unrecognizable. There was even a pungent smell. Boss's gift is too ferocious. The golden lion clutched his chest and looked at Su Zimo as though he had seen a ghost. Ching Ching pressed her forehead and could not bear to watch any longer. If you don't know anything about this, ask me. Who gives heads as gifts? The tiger looked as though he expected better from Dai Yu and was so angry that he trembled. This is only because it's the blood butterfly demon emperor. If it was anyone else, they would have fainted on the spot. Of course, Dai Yu would not faint. However, when she saw the 2 unique gifts, she was still stunned for a long time with a conflicted expression. Su Zimo truly did not think too much. He merely thought that since he had bumped into the collusion between Demon Emperor Qianwu and Demon Emperor Zhu Shu, he would be helping Dai Yu imperceptibly by killing them. That was the reason why he took out the 2 heads as gifts in a flash of inspiration. However, at this moment, when he heard the complaints of the 3 behind him, he gradually calmed down and realized that it was indeed inappropriate to give heads away. Right then, Dai Yu said faintly, I was just joking with you earlier on. If you don't know how to give gifts, it's fine if you don't. Su Zimo was embarrassed when he heard that. However, Dai Yu paused for a moment and said in a gentler tone, the fact that you're here is already the best gift. Chapter 2934. Who was Dai Yu? She was one of the most powerful emperors in the Great Desolate World and even the 3,000 worlds. Lin Zhon even said that she was the one closest to becoming a great emperor. Since the 9 Heavens Mystic Fairy Emperor and the 9 Nether Emperor, when had there been such a stunning woman in the 3,000 worlds? The butterfly race was naturally weak and could not even compare to the human race. However, Dai Yu's appearance changed the status of the butterfly race in the 10,000 races single-handedly. She only attracted the lowest 59 heavenly tribulations when she entered the true self realm. Later on, she also went against the trend and broke fate to become the most powerful emperor in the 3,000 world. Her life was a legend. And now, this legendary woman who stood at the peak of the world was saying touching words to Su Zimo. Even the experts who had followed Dai Yu for many years had never seen this side of her, let alone the 3 of them. Let's go and not disturb them. Ching Ching sent a voice transmission. They haven't seen each other for many years. I wonder how much they have to talk about. The tiger seemed to have thought of something and winked. Talking is secondary. The most important thing is to enter the bridal chamber as soon as possible. Who's like you, thinking about such shameless things all day long? Ching Ching glared at the tiger and pulled his ear as they left the valley. Come and sit. Dai Yu sat on the green rock and patted the empty seat beside her with a smile. After the 3 of them left, only the 2 of them were left in the valley. Looking at Dai Yu on the green rock, Su Zimo felt as though he had returned to the time when Dai Yu was teaching at Pingyang Town. Dai Yu was also sitting on a green rock back then. However, he had never had the chance to sit beside Dai Yu. Dai Yu had always been indifferent to him and rarely smiled. She even used violent methods to help him cultivate. Even if he was allowed to go over, he might not dare to. The difference between the 2 of them was too great. But now, in a flash, Su Zimo arrived on the green rock and sat beside Dai Yu. A strange look flashed across Dai Yu's eyes. It's indeed different. Dai Yu looked at Su Zimo carefully before saying, You don't seem to be afraid of me at all. In the entire Middle Realm, not many people dared to approach Dai Yu, much less sit so close to her. Su Zimo looked at Dai Yu, who was just inches away from him, and a bold idea suddenly arose in his mind. His heart pounded uncontrollably. Dai Yu noticed Su Zimo's abnormality and her expression changed as she asked, What are you thinking about? Su Zimo took a deep breath and mustered his courage. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Dai Yu's soft hand. Dai Yu raised her eyebrows slightly but did not dodge. Just like that, she let Su Zimo hold her hand. It was soft, slender, smooth, and had a hint of warmth. Su Zimo held her tightly, as if he was afraid that Dai Yu would leave again. Dai Yu did not break free. She smiled at Su Zimo and said, "Second young Master Su is getting bolder and bolder." Su Zimo only held Dai Yu's hand tightly, smiling without saying a word. "Them." Dai Yu pointed at the two demon the arch heads not far away, slightly puzzled. Su Zimo said, "Demon the arch Tian Wu has already betrayed Eastern Wilderness. Because we bumped into them, these two wanted to kill me, so I killed them." Although Su Zimo spoke casually, Dai Yu could hear something unusual from his words. He could kill two demon theurches? Your cultivation. Dai Yu's divine senses swept across Wu Dao's body, and she frowned slightly. Emperor realm? It doesn't look like it. What Dao technique are you cultivating? Dai Yu was indeed powerful. She could tell at a glance that Wu Dao's Dao technique was different. Wu Dao. Su Zimo said, "Back then, when you used the blood butterfly avatar to descend to infinite region, I told you that my achievements were not limited to this. Wu Dao is a Dao technique that I created. Even if the living beings of the 10,000 races do not have a spirit root, they can still cultivate Wu Dao and change their fate. They can fight against the heavens and earth for their fate. Everyone is a dragon." Dai Yu's eyes shone with a hint of admiration. "I can't compare to such a bold spirit." Dai Yu nodded and praised, "You've walked your own Dao. Furthermore, you've reached this step." Su Zimo explained Wu Dao's Dao to Dai Yu completely. On one hand, this Dao technique might be helpful for Dai Yu's cultivation. On the other hand, Su Zimo encountered another bottleneck on Wu Dao. After the martial domain realm, he had to create another Dao technique before he could advance further, and now, he had cultivated to the perfected martial domain realm. Without the next Dao technique, it would be difficult for him to evolve in the martial domain realm no matter how many Dao techniques he absorbed and refined. Of course, the origin martial Grotto Heaven would continue to devour Grotto Heavens. The world would continue to evolve and transform into a world. If there was one person in the world who could make Su Zimo exchange Dao techniques without reservation, it would probably be Dai Yu. Only Dai Yu could guide the current Wu Dao's main body. How is the strength of the Emperor realm determined? Su Zimo asked. Dai Yu explained, the Emperor realm is actually the world realm. It's similar to the Grotto Heaven realm. It's divided into small worlds, great worlds, and perfected worlds. Su Zimo nodded. In that case, the Emperor realm experts of small worlds were ordinary imperial lords. The great worlds were peerless imperial lords. Only the experts of great perfected worlds could be called peak imperial lords. You're a half-step emperor now? Su Zimo probed. According to past experience, there was the half-step king realm before the Grotto Heaven realm. Before the emperor realm, there was the quasi-emperor realm. Before the emperor realm, there should be the half-step emperor realm. Moreover, Skywolf had once said that Emperor Bo Zun was only half a step away from the emperor realm. Half-step emperor? Dai Yu shook her head and said, there's no such realm in the world. After the peak imperial lord realm is the emperor realm. There's no half-step emperor realm? Su Zimo was surprised. After pondering for a long time, he asked, what exactly is the emperor realm? Why can only one emperor be born in a middle world? Since ancient times, there was a saying that there was only one emperor. But not many people knew how to become an emperor and why there was only one emperor. Dai Yu said, after the world realm, when you cultivate to a certain level, you will come into contact with another level of power. This is the Dao. Dao. Su Zimo murmured softly. Dai Yu said, the Dao can be Dao. It's not an ordinary Dao. The great Dao is formless and is the hardest to comprehend. Once you understand your Dao, sense it, feel the will of the Dao, comprehend the great Dao, and experience the concept of the great Dao, you will condense your own Dao imprint in a world. When this happens, the world that you create will resonate with the medium-class world. At the same time, your Dao imprint will also be imprinted on the middle world. All the living beings in the 3,000 worlds will be able to sense it at this moment. This is what an emperor is. As long as an emperor is alive and his Tao imprint is not destroyed, others will not be able to fuse their Tao imprint into a middle world. That's why there is the saying that there is only one emperor. Chapter 29:35. As long as a Grand Emperor did not die, his Tao seal would not be destroyed. So that's how it is. Su Zimo was enlightened. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo said, if that's the case, then the reason why Grand Emperors are so much more powerful than emperors is most likely because they have come into contact with the power of the Tao. Dai Yu said, someone once told me that the power of a Grand Emperor should not appear in a dimensional realm. That is the next major realm after the Emperor realm, and it comes from the greater thousand realms. Everything about Grand Emperors was told to me by that person. Oh! Su Zimo was rather surprised. Who would know about Grand Emperors, and even the greater thousand realms? Who is that person? Su Zimo asked. Dai Yu was silent. A short while later, she shook her head slightly. That person's identity is rather special. It's best if you don't know. After a pause, she added, and it's best if you don't encounter her. Upon hearing this, Su Zimo didn't pursue the matter. Dai Yu said, even if you become a Grand Emperor, you won't be able to freely travel through a dimensional realm or descend at will. It will take some time to travel long distances. But after becoming a Grand Emperor, your world will resonate with a dimensional realm, and after leaving behind a Tao seal, you will be able to descend anywhere in the dimensional realm with a single thought. Ruling over the world, reigning supreme in the universe. This was the power of a Grand Emperor. Su Zimo said in a low voice, in other words, any of the supreme emperors of the 3,000 realms can take this final step. That's right. Dai Yu nodded. Su Zimo was secretly speechless. Many emperors cultivated, but only one had the chance to become a Grand Emperor. One could imagine how difficult this was. Dai Yu continued, however, there are significant differences in combat power between supreme emperors. I am one of the strongest supreme emperors. After becoming a Grand Emperor, cultivation will become extremely difficult. What world-level cultivators need to devour is no longer natural elemental energy. Instead, they need to devour an extremely rare, even higher level of energy. This energy does not belong to a dimensional realm. Or rather, it is very difficult to find it in a dimensional realm. Su Zimo frowned. Another kind of power? Dai Yu said, this power could very well be the origin of Yuan Qi. The origin of the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth comes from the vast thousand domains. The beginning of vitality. In Su Zimo's mind, words from the yin-yang charm scripture suddenly flashed through. He subconsciously murmured, the three Qis of chaos, the void was created and the whole was created. Because the whole was created, the void was created, because 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 the void was created. The upper Qi is called origin, the middle Qi is called yuan, and the lower Qi is called spirit. Spirit is born from emptiness, yuan is born from cave, and origin is born from nothingness. Therefore, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. Hearing this, Dai Yu's eyes lit up. With her cultivation and knowledge, she was naturally able to discern the profundities and techniques contained within these 2 paragraphs of text. Originally, Su Zimo didn't quite understand the words of the yin-yang charm scripture. It was only when he heard Dai Yu talk about the origin of Yuan Qi that he began to understand. Su Zimo said, the so-called upper, middle and lower Qi may correspond to the Genesis Qi of the vast thousand domains, the Yuan Qi of the middle thousand domains, and the Spirit Qi of the small thousand domains. That should be the case. Dai Yu nodded. If the Genesis Qi came from the vast thousand domains, it would indeed be extremely difficult for emperors in the middle thousand domains to cultivate. Only by finding some treasures that contained Genesis Qi would one be able to raise one's cultivation level. This phenomenon was somewhat contradictory and abnormal. Why would emperors in the middle thousand domains need some kind of energy from the vast thousand domains to cultivate? Dai Yu continued, the strength of an emperor expert is not only directly related to one's cultivation level, but also related to another method. This is the forbidden technique. In the cultivation world, anything that was related to the word forbidden was extraordinary. For example, forbidden secret manuals, forbidden living beings, forbidden lands, forbidden areas, including the forbidden technique that Dai Yu mentioned. What is a forbidden technique? Su Zimo asked. Dai Yu said, regardless of the race, all living beings have cultivated various kinds of techniques. Divine abilities, secret arts, immortal arts, and secret arts can all be classified as techniques. And forbidden techniques are the pinnacle of techniques. The so-called pinnacle of techniques is close to the Tao. The reason why forbidden techniques are powerful is because they are infinitely close to the Tao, and the power of the Tao belonged to the category that only emperors could come into contact with and control. Su Zimo suddenly recalled the scene of his battle with the Academy Patriarch. The Academy Patriarch had been schemed against by Qinglian's true body with the Hell Water Spring. He had already been severely injured and was at a disadvantage. But the Academy Patriarch had released a technique called the Three Pure Qi, which even Wu Dao's true body had felt a trace of fear. It was also because of this mysterious mist that the Academy Patriarch had been able to remove the Hell Water Spring from his body and stabilize his injuries. Now that he thought about it, the Three Pure Qi should be a forbidden technique that the Academy Patriarch had mastered. The Academy Patriarch had already mastered a forbidden technique not long after entering the Emperor realm. His talent and strength were evident. Dai Yu said, "You said that you have not deduced the dharmic formulations after the martial domain realm that you created." Su Zimo nodded. Dai Yu said, "Actually, you don't have to be so obsessed with this that you have to create a Dao technique that is completely different from the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend Daos. As the saying goes, all paths lead to the same destination. No matter what Dao technique it will all lead to the same destination. For example, although the cultivation technique of the demon race that I imparted to you is slightly different in the beginning, you still have to go through the threshold of the core Dao. The Wu Dao that you created also has the blood Qi Jin Dan. Wu Dao's dharmic formulations also have heaven and earth dharma characteristics. Since that's the case, why can't Wu Dao create the universe and condense the world after his realm? All paths lead to the same destination. All paths lead to the same destination, Su Zimo murmured softly and his eyes lit up. The fog in front of Wu Dao gradually faded and the entire world seemed to be on the verge of dispersing. Dai Yu was right. Actually, his original intention of creating Wu Dao had already been achieved back in Tianhuang mainland. Just half of the martial sutra was enough for the living beings of the 10,000 races to condense martial spirits. They could cultivate their own heaven and earth dharma characteristics without relying on spirit roots and continue cultivating according to the Dao techniques of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend Daos to change their destinies. Wu Dao's 9 transformations, martial spirit realm, dharma characteristic realm, conjoint body realm, fate will realm, true martial realm, martial domain realm, emperor realm. Many dharmic formulations eventually converged at the emperor realm. The Emperor realm was the endpoint of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend Daos. It was also the endpoint of Wu Dao. However, this was not the endpoint of Wu Dao's true body. Even after Wu Dao's true body created the martial domain realm into a world, his future path was completely different from other Wu Dao cultivators. His true Wu Dao body was an extremely special grotto heaven that others could not replicate. That grotto heaven would eventually transform into a world as well. At that time, even Su Zimo did not know what changes would occur between the two worlds, one internal and one external. Where would Wu Dao's true body head to? Both of them benefited immensely from this exchange of Dao techniques. Su Zimo finally confirmed Wu Dao's final dharmic formulation. As for Dai Yu, she had a new understanding of her Dao by comparing it to Wu Dao's dharmic formulation. End of chapter. Chapter 2936. Let's not talk about cultivation, Dai Yu said, let's talk about you. Starting from that small town in Tianhuang mainland, I'm rather curious about what you've been through all these years to reach this point. Dai Yu was born into an ordinary background. She started from a weak race and cultivated all the way to her current position as an emperor. She knew very well how many hardships she had been throughout her cultivation journey. It was already way too rare for Suzimo to be able to ascend to the upper world from a minor thousand realm. Now that he was here, standing before her in the vast wilderness, Dai Yu was still in disbelief the moment she caught sight of Suzimo. All right, Suzimo nodded and told Dai Yu about everything he had experienced and met since he started cultivating. Dai Yu wanted to hear about it and Suzimo wanted to share as well. The reason why he was able to reach this point was because Dai Yu had once changed his fate for him. Suzimo talked about Misty Peak and the dangers he encountered while cultivating both immortality and demonic. Dai Yu had already expected that before she left. He talked about the Great Zhu Dynasty, Chen Mengqi, the ancient battlefield, the Dragon Burial Valley and the 2 sentences that Dai Yu left at the bottom of the valley. He talked about imparting martial arts to all living beings, Kunlun ruins, monk daming, and the blood demon Dao Lord. No matter what dangers Suzimo encountered, Dai Yu merely listened quietly with a calm expression. That was because she knew that the fact that Suzimo could appear before her meant that he had already overcome the danger and turned it into safety. However, when she heard that Suzimo had ascended to the upper world and was intercepted by the Patriarch of the Academy and the Underworld King of Cloud, she still frowned and her expression turned cold. Dai Yu was filled with killing intent. The clone of the Underworld King of Cloud was destroyed by her. The source of that assassination was inextricably linked to her. Despite knowing her identity, the Underworld King of Cloud still dared to attack Suzimo. It's nothing, Suzimo seemed to have sensed Dai Yu's thoughts and said lightly, the Patriarch of the Academy was severely injured by me. He has hidden his tracks and does not dare to show himself. As for secluded Cloud King, I will naturally look for him. There is no hurry. In Suzimo's mind, a mere secluded Cloud King was not worthy of Wu Dao's main body personally taking action. Back then, King Yuyun had tried to kill the Dragon Phoenix True Body and Qinglian True Body. Now that the Dragon Phoenix had been destroyed, the Qinglian True Body that had fused with the Dragon Phoenix True Body would naturally settle this grudge. Dai Yu nodded and didn't say anything else. She gently rubbed her forehead as if she was tired. You seem a little tired. Do you want to rest? Suzimo noticed the abnormality in Dai Yu's body and asked softly. Dai Yu was indeed tired. In the past few years, she had been supporting the Eastern Barren Territory by herself, fending off Kang and Emperor Azure Flame. Although she had the 9 mountain ranges and the 9 great demon emperors following her, she was the only one who could truly go against a peak emperor. However, in front of others, Dai Yu would never reveal her fatigue, let alone her weak side. She would only relax in front of Suzimo. It was just like Pingyang Town back then. Although it was a short period of time, it was an experience that she had never had before. It was also a carefree feeling that she had never had before. There was no rain of blood, no pressure to survive, no numerous powerful enemies, and no endless battles and killings. Although Pingyang Town was not big, to her, it was like a paradise where she could let go of everything. I am a little tired. Dai Yu leaned her body slightly and rested her cheek gently on Suzimo's shoulder. She said indifferently, continue talking about ascending to the upper world then. When Dai Yu leaned over, Suzimo's heart skipped a beat and his body stiffened. A few strands of the woman's black hair swayed with the wind and tickled his cheek. A faint fragrance wafted from beside him, causing his heart to flutter. Although Suzimo had cultivated for many years, he was still hot-blooded and could not help but let his imagination run wild at that moment. He glanced sideways at the woman beside him and was stunned. Dai Yu was already asleep. At their cultivation realm, sleep was not indispensable and they could even stay awake for thousands of years. However, as long as one was a human, no matter their cultivation realm, there would always be times when they needed to rest to relax and enjoy peace. It was just like in the cultivation world. Once cultivators reached the nascent soul realm, they could forego grain and drink due to reach the level of Anedia. However, be it void reversions, conjoint body mighty figures, perfected immortals or immortal emperors of the upper world, they would still taste some delicacies. It was not to fill their stomachs, but purely to enjoy the delicacies of the world. As he looked at the sleeping Dai Yu, all of Suzimo's distracting thoughts vanished instantly. Instead, he felt a sense of pity in his heart. He did not know how long it had been since Dai Yu rested, How exhausted and stressed she must be to be able to fall asleep in such a short period of time. Furthermore, the fact that Dai Yu could fall asleep beside him. That also proved something. Dai Yu trusted him unconditionally. By his side, Dai Yu could let down her guard completely and relax completely. Su Zimo could not bear to do anything overboard and wake Dai Yu up. He merely sat there quietly and accompanied her. By the time Su Zimo rushed over with Tiger and the other two, it was already late at night. The night passed. Dai Yu only woke up slowly when the morning sun rose and the rays of sunlight pierced through the horizon. Dai Yu, who had just woken up, no longer had the domineering aura of a ruler. She looked like an ordinary woman as she left Su Zimo's shoulder. Her black hair was messy and she had a dazed expression on her face. She stared at Su Zimo for a while and seemed to have realized something. Dai Yu raised her head, revealing her snow-white neck. She gently stretched her neck backwards, and even the loose red robe could not hide her graceful figure. After a night's sleep, Dai Yu's mental state was clearly much better than before. Before long, the dazed expression on Dai Yu's face dissipated and her aura changed silently, returning to normal. It's been a long time since I rested like this. Dai Yu muttered to herself. Su Zimo looked at Dai Yu and asked slowly, "You're injured?" Dai Yu slept for an entire night. Su Zimo watched over her and accompanied her for an entire night. Su Zimo could naturally sense that Dai Yu's occasional tiredness was not only because she had not rested for a long time, but also because she was injured internally. Otherwise, given Dai Yu's cultivation, she might have sensed Su Zimo the moment he arrived. Furthermore, he had fought against the two demon emperors in the Tai'ar mountain range. Yes. Dai Yu nodded and did not hide anything. There was no need for her to hide anything in front of Su Zimo. Did Emperor Qing Yang do this? Su Zimo asked. It's just him alone. He can't hurt me. Dai Yu shook her head and said, he has 7 other peak emperors by his side. They are called the 7 Knights Dragon Emperors. They are considered top experts among the peak emperors. Being able to hurt Dai Yu was enough to prove this point. But since Dai Yu was injured, why did Emperor Qing Yang's Kang not take the opportunity to occupy Eastern Wilderness? As if seeing Su Zimo's confusion, Dai Yu said lightly, if I was injured, they would not have been able to escape unscathed. Everyone should sleep early too. Dai Yu was completely relaxed. She slept until dawn and did not update for the rest of the night. End of chapter. Chapter 2937. 1 against 7. Moreover, the opponents were all top-tier emperors. This was Dai Yu's strength. What is the background of Kang? Asked Su Zimo. I'm not sure. Dai Yu said, this group of experts did not have many numbers at the start, but they were extremely powerful. After descending to the Great Wilderness, they began to fight and kill everywhere. For no reason, countless living beings in the Great Wilderness were destroyed. Any power, any race, only by submitting to Kang will they be able to preserve their lives. If they resist in the slightest, they will be slaughtered to the last. Su Zimo frowned slightly. The appearance of Kang was like an unexpected disaster to the Great Wilderness. All living beings in the Great Wilderness were living normally, but a group of experts suddenly appeared and killed everywhere. It was unreasonable, and all living beings could only resist. Dai Yu said, when an emperor expert's foundation is damaged and the world is shaken, it is very difficult to recover. They need a large amount of Genesis Qi. Every time the group of emperor experts from Kang retreated after being injured, no one knows where they went. But they can recover very quickly and make a comeback. This is the power of Kang. Su Zimo said, in other words, behind Kang, there might be a place with a large amount of Genesis Qi that can allow them to recover their broken world faster. Dai Yu nodded. Suddenly, Su Zimo asked, are there any special symbols among the experts of Kang? For example, identity badges? Yes. Dai Yu said, every living being from Kang will have a token made of a special material at their waist. The word Kang is written on it. Kang. Su Zimo took out another token from his storage bag and handed it to Dai Yu. Is it this token? Dai Yu glanced at it and nodded. The token is made of the same material, but the words on it are different. Suzimo's token had the word Yang written on it. He had obtained it from the young man who had died at his hands in the 9 underworld's sinned grounds. Suzimo pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, "Have you heard of the Heavenly Court?" "The Heavenly Court?" Daiyu shook her head. Suzimo then roughly recounted what he had encountered in the 9 Serenities' sinful grounds. Daiyu said, "Most imperial emperors can sense that there must be a colossus behind the celestial tribute world. From the looks of it, it should be the Celestial Court." Suzimo speculated, Kang is most likely from the Heavenly Courts. However, he was still unable to figure out what the words Kang and Yang on the command token meant. Could it be the 2 forces in the Heavenly Court? Where is the Heavenly Court? Daiyu seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, "You shattered the 9 underworld's sinful land and left a Yang imprint on your palm. There would definitely be people from the Heaven Court chasing after you. How did you get rid of the danger? Now that I think about it, the expert chasing after me should be a peak sovereign emperor." Suzimo said, "With my strength, I cannot fight against a peak sovereign emperor. However, something extremely strange happened while I was fleeing. In the starry sky, I suddenly saw a white pheasant." Daiyu's expression changed when she heard that. She turned around and sized up Suzimo. She asked in a deep voice, "You met her? Who is she?" Suzimo was stunned for a moment before asking instead, "Evil Emperor." Daiyu was silent for a long time before saying softly, "Evil Emperor?" Suzimo thought carefully and said, "After seeing that white pheasant, I seem to have entered another world. In that world, black and white were reversed and ignorant. I vaguely remember meeting a little girl named Arsier. Could she be the evil emperor?" Daiyu nodded with a complicated expression. "Her true form is that white pheasant?" Suzimo asked again. Daiyu shook her head and said, "That is just a dream realm that she created. The white pheasant's dream, the person who encountered it is unknown. Everything you experienced was in the dream realm that she created. Therefore, when you wake up, you won't remember many things clearly. That is one of the characteristics of a dream realm. Furthermore, in the dream realm, you won't be able to tell if you are in reality or a dream. No matter how bizarre everything in the dream realm is, you won't notice anything unusual in the dream realm. It's only after you wake up from the dream that you will feel that it's bizarre and absurd." Suzimo was enlightened. Everything that Daiyu had said was exactly the same as what he had felt. It was no wonder that he could only recall fragments of his experiences in that lifetime no matter how hard he tried. It was no wonder that he did not notice anything unusual in that world despite all the bizarre and inexplicable things that happened. It was as though he could not cultivate in that world and could not even remember Wu Dao. In that world filled with lies and darkness, he had never given in and was out of place. There was no way he could have survived. However, he lived through an entire lifetime. After he woke up from the dream, he felt that everything was too unreal, as though it was a dream. "Evil Emperor?" Suzimo asked with a frown, "Who is she? Why would she create such a dream realm and drag me into it? In that dream realm, I seem to have seen the peak emperor from the heavenly courts who was chasing after me. However, by the time I woke up, that peak emperor was already gone. He won't appear anymore." Daiyu shook her head. "Dead?" Daiyu was silent for a moment before saying, "Not exactly dead, but a life worse than death. I told you earlier that someone told me some things about the great emperor and the vast 1,000 worlds. That person was the evil emperor." Daiyu said, "Initially, I didn't want you to get involved in this matter. I didn't expect that you would still meet her. Actually, the dream of the white pheasant that you encountered was like a test for you. If you were assimilated by the surrounding darkness in that dream realm, you would have fallen, compromised, and submitted to it. You would never be able to escape from the dream realm. You would have sunk into it forever and become one of the beasts inside. The evil emperor is eccentric and does things strangely. Anyone who is chosen by her, no matter who it is, will be dragged into that dream realm to undergo a test. If you can pass the test, you will be able to live. If you can't, you will become a beast and sink into that world forever, a life worse than death." Hearing this, Suzimo suddenly recalled Arsier's hateful words, "They are a bunch of beast." All of a sudden, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as an idea flashed through his mind. It was as though an extremely important piece of information had appeared. Beasts, beasts, Su Zimo said slowly. The evil emperor is probably one of the 6 paths, the great emperor of the beast path. Dai Yu looked at Su Zimo in surprise when she heard that. She nodded and said, "You actually know about the beast path?" Chapter 2938. The Beast Dao was one of the 6 Daos and was not considered a secret. However, the fact that Su Zimo knew about the existence of Beast Dao and that there were Emperor Realm experts shocked her. Su Zimo smiled. "Not only do I know about the Beast Dao, I also know that you've been to the Netherworld and started a massacre there." Dai Yu raised her brow slightly. Under normal circumstances, apart from the living beings of the Netherworld, no one else would know about this. Dai Yu said, "Seems like you've indeed experienced many things after ascending." The two of them chatted on the green rock for a long time. However, Dai Yu snuggled up to him to sleep later on and he did not mention anything about his experiences after ascending. "What happened in the Great Wilderness Domain back then?" Su Zimo asked. Dai Yu gazed into the distance with a look of reminiscence. A moment later, she said slowly, "Initially, when Kang appeared, although there were some peak imperial lords, they were far from as strong as they are now. We fought several times and eventually, a huge battle broke out. In that battle, Kang suffered heavy losses and lost a few imperial lords. The rest retreated with severe injuries and I was injured as well. Right then, I saw that white pheasant." The appearance of the white pheasant meant that the evil emperor had appeared. Su Zimo asked, "You were dragged into that dream realm as well?" Dai Yu nodded. "However, after I was trapped in the white pheasant's dream for 10 years, I realized that something was amiss and broke out of her dream realm." Su Zimo was stunned. Dai Yu said it casually, but he knew how difficult it was. Even with his Dao heart, he could not break out of the white pheasant's dream and wake up. Furthermore, this was a dream realm created by the evil emperor. The fact that Dai Yu could break out of it was proof of her capabilities. Dai Yu said, "Although I broke out of the dream realm, I discovered that I was no longer in the great wilderness. Instead, I was in an extremely foreign world filled with living beings with bloodshot eyes that were extremely aggressive." "Beast Dao?" Su Zimo asked. Dai Yu nodded and said, "These creatures with blood-red eyes have no humanity and are like livestock. In the middle world, they are also called evil spirits." When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly understood something. Dai Yu continued, "The evil emperor appeared and told me some secrets about the great emperor, Genesis Chi, and the Great Thousand World. Later, she gave me 2 choices. Firstly, if I become a great emperor in the future and choose to do one thing for her, she can send me back to the great wilderness right now. As for what to help her with, she seemed to have some misgivings and didn't say clearly. Secondly, she let me go and let me fend for myself." Based on Su Zimo's understanding of Dai Yu, she would never compromise and be controlled by others. Su Zimo said, "You must have chosen the second path." Dai Yu nodded. Su Zimo frowned and said, "In the beast path, there are beasts and evil spirits everywhere. You are an outsider, so it will be difficult for you to move around there. This path is not easy to walk." Dai Yu said, "These evil spirits are nothing to me. But without the power of a great emperor, it is impossible to break through the barrier between the beast path and the middle world." "So, you entered the underworld?" Su Zimo asked. Dai Yu nodded. Su Zimo frowned slightly and asked, "Logically speaking, there should also be a barrier between the beast path and the underworld. How did you break through it?" Wu Dao's original body had entered the underworld from the hell path because Akron was connected to the underworld, and the barrier between the two was relatively weak. Dai Yu said, "In the beast path, there is a waterfall that flows straight down to the sky. If you follow this waterfall and go against the flow, you will enter a mysterious river." A thought flashed in Su Zimo's mind and he blurted out, "The Styx River." A look of surprise flashed across Dai Yu's face. After a while, she nodded and said, "It's the Styx River." Back in the Hell Path, the Void Yakshaw and Hell Master Ku Quan had told him some legends about the Styx River. Wu Dao's original body had even attempted to enter the Styx river. However, he did not last long before retreating. The 9 springs of hell possessed all sorts of mysterious and powerful powers, and the source of the 9 springs was the Styx river. In the ghost path, there was a river of life where the Brahma ghost mother resided. The source of the river of life was also the Styx river. Therefore, when he heard Dai Yu talk about a waterfall in the beast path that flowed against the flow, the first thing he thought of was the Styx river. In that case, there was a high chance that the Styx river had 7 tributaries that connected the 6 paths and the underworld. As though she recalled something, Dai Yu narrowed her eyes slightly with a wary expression and said sternly, "There's something terrifying at the end of the Styx river. You have to be careful." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. If even Dai Yu was so wary, what was at the end of the Styx river? A moment later, Dai Yu continued, "After entering the Styx river, I followed the flow and entered the underworld. The underworld had its own rules and laws. Only souls could enter the underworld. For an existence of flesh and blood like Dai Yu, entering the underworld would definitely attract the encirclement and obstruction of the experts of the underworld. Naturally, a huge battle was unavoidable." A cold glint flashed through Dai Yu's eyes as she said indifferently, "Those ghost emperors were all rude and wanted to keep me in the underworld forever. Therefore, I killed my way out." Although Dai Yu said it casually, Su Zimo knew that Dai Yu had once killed more than 10 emperors of the underworld in the underworld, including the ghost emperors of the 5 directions. The ghost emperors of the 5 directions were all peak emperor lords. Dai Yu continued, "Later on, I killed my way to Calf-Carrying Mountain and saw the entrance of the 6 paths. Although I killed some ghost emperors of the underworld, I was severely injured and leaped into the human Tao." At that point, Dai Yu paused for a moment and glanced sideways at Su Zimo beside her. "By the time I woke up, I had already been picked up by you." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he was dumbfounded. This matter was completely out of his expectations. To think that Dai Yu would have come to Tianhuang mainland through such a method. The 6 paths were divided into the heavenly Tao, human Tao, Shura Tao, ghost Tao, animal Tao, and hell Tao. Could human Tao lead to Tianhuang mainland? Or could human Tao lead to a small kiliachasm? However, due to fate, Dai Yu happened to descend on Tianhuang mainland, one of the billions of small kiliachasms. Suddenly, Su Zimo thought of something else. Princess Yufei once said that she was able to retain her memories of her previous life after she died because she obtained a parameter flower in Tianhuang mainland. However, the parameter flower only grew on both sides of Akron Road in the underworld and could not have appeared on Tianhuang mainland. However, Dai Yu happened to descend to Tianhuang mainland through the human Tao from the underworld. "Did you pluck a parameter flower when you left the underworld?" Su Zimo asked instinctively. Dai Yu frowned slightly and recalled for a moment before replying, "I think I have some recollection of it. Back then, I saw some bright red flowers growing by the roadside that were similar to the color of my robes. Therefore, I plucked one casually. However, by the time I woke up, the flower was gone and I did not look for it." Chapter 2939. Indeed, the hurricane lily was brought to Tianhuang mainland by Dai Yu from the netherworld. However, by chance, it was obtained by Princess Yufei. After Princess Yufei ascended, she perished and her soul fell into the netherworld where she was baptized by Atron's water. However, because she had the hurricane lily with her, she was able to retain her memories of her previous life and was reborn in hell. Although he figured that out, Su Zimo had an even greater doubt in his heart. Human Tao, Tianhuang mainland. Su Zimo frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Naturally, it could be a coincidence that Dai Yu descended to Tianhuang mainland through human Tao. However, there was also a possibility that it wasn't. Although Tianhuang mainland was one of the billions of lesser kiliachasms, it was indeed different from the other lesser kiliachasms. Every single lesser kiliachasm would more or less have some treasures that were passed down from the upper world. That was logical as well. However, some of the treasures on Tianhuang mainland did not come from the upper world. For example, the creation of Qinglian that he obtained was most likely from the upper world. As for the two divine stones on Qinglian's true body, illumination and nether glow, there were no records of them in the middle world either. There was a possibility that they came from the upper world as well. What was so special about Tianhuang mainland? For a moment, Su Zimo could not figure it out. After pondering for a moment, he said, I just figured something out. Initially, I thought that the evil demon that the celestial venerate world mentioned was referring to a person. Now, it seems like the so-called evil demons should be referring to the evil emperor and the fiend master. However, I wonder what the background of the fiend master is. The beasts under the evil emperor are known as evil spirits. Logically speaking, there should be a group of demons under the fiend master as well. Dai Yu said, the Shura is a fiend. The Shura race is jealous and carries hatred in their hearts. They are ferocious and can fight well. The master of the Shura is the fiend master. Su Zimo revealed a look of realization. Much of the fog that had shrouded his heart had gradually dissipated. Su Zimo said, in the past 10 epochs, there have been several great upheavals that swept through the 3,000 worlds and affected all living beings. Now, it seems like one side is very likely to be the heavenly court behind the celestial tribute world, and the other side is the devil master and the evil emperor. Perhaps even the lord of the underworld, the lord of the ghost Tao, and the lord of hell. Dai Yu also nodded and said, the thing that evil emperor wanted me to help her with back then was most likely to challenge the heavenly court. What do you think? Su Zimo asked. The two forces gradually became clear. Dai Yu's desolate wilderness and the entire middle realm were in the middle. Behind Kang is the heavenly court. This means that Dai Yu has already clashed with the heavenly court. Dai Yu and the evil emperor did not seem to be on good terms. The reason why Dai Yu was severely injured and fell to Tianhuang mainland was because of the appearance of the evil emperor. I don't know. Dai Yu shook her head. I don't want to participate in the battle between the heavenly court and the underworld. If there comes a day when I want to take action, I'll definitely have my own reasons and not because I'm forced by others. Su Zimo understood what Dai Yu meant. Be it the heavenly court or the underworld, they did not know much about them. In fact, they did not even know the reason for the war between the two factions. Right now, Dai Yu was not helping either side. However, in the future, whether she helped the heavenly court or the underworld, it would be her own choice. Dai Yu said, the reason why I didn't want to tell you about the evil emperor's identity previously was because I didn't want you to be embroiled in this catastrophe. I'm afraid I'm already in it. Su Zimo shook his head gently. Right now, I have another identity. I'm the Lord of Hell. Dai Yu frowned and asked, what's going on? Su Zimo recounted to Dai Yu everything that happened after he ascended. That included how he obtained the inheritance of the infernal emperor, was pushed into the ancient well by the tombkeeper and fell into the Hell Dao. Thereafter, he barged into the underworld and the ghost Tao before returning to the upper world. To think that there's such a thing. Dai Yu murmured in deep thought, seems like the tombkeeper wanted to rope you in as well. That's why he pushed you into hell. Su Zimo nodded. What do you think? Do you want to help the underworld? Dai Yu asked. Su Zimo shook his head. There are many things that are still unknown and I don't want to take sides just yet. Furthermore, I don't have the strength to do so right now. Pausing for a moment, Su Zimo looked at Dai Yu and raised his hand that they were still holding, smiling. If I have to take sides, I'll take your side. Sure. The two of them exchanged glances and smiled. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and asked, what sort of person is the evil emperor? For a moment, he could not connect that frail and pitiful little girl in his memories with the Lord of the Beast Tao. Dai Yu hesitated for a long time, as though she was considering how to describe it. She's very special. Dai Yu said, it's hard to define her as good or evil. In her world, there are only two types of living beings. One is humans and the other is beasts. Regardless of background, race, or cultivation, anyone who enters her dream realm can only survive if they are not assimilated by the darkness within. In the dream, when you see someone in trouble, you will mock them, kick them when they are down, and gloat over their misfortune. You will fall into the path of animals and suffer the torture of other animals again and again. You will wish you were dead. All Avilders will fall into the Beast Tao. The evil emperor will make them suffer the Avilders' sins in the Beast Tao over and over again. That is the retribution she spoke of. She believes in the reincarnation of the heavenly Tao and that evil will be repaid with evil. If someone does evil and does not receive retribution, she will drag that person into the Beast Tao. Don't you blame her? Su Zimo asked. Back then, the evil emperor was the one who swept Dai Yu into the white pheasant's dream and fell into the Beast Tao. Later on, she entered the human world through the netherworld and fell into Tianhuang mainland before returning to the great wilderness. Dai Yu shook her head gently. Of course, I was resentful at the start. However, I gradually understood after 3 years in Pingyang town. She actually has no ill intentions towards me. If she truly wanted to keep me in the Beast Tao, I wouldn't have been able to escape. In fact, if she wanted me to be trapped in the dream realm forever, I wouldn't have been able to escape either. I merely broke through one of her dream realms. However, the dream realms she created can be stacked endlessly, layer after layer. When I went on a killing spree in the netherworld, I alarmed an emperor expert. He should be the lord of the netherworld. However, the lord of the netherworld did not make a move later on. It must have something to do with her as well. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and took out a white jade pendant from his storage bag. I had this jade pendant in my palm when I came out of that dream realm. Oh! Dai Yu was slightly surprised. She received the jade pendant and returned it to Su Zimo after failing to make out anything about it. I remember that this jade pendant is extremely important to her. The fact that she gave it to you means that she treats you differently from others. Accept it properly. Chapter 2940. Su Zimo kept the white jade pendant and suddenly thought of something else. He asked, how long is the lifespan of a great emperor? Dai Yu said, the lifespan of an emperor is about 10 million years. If a great emperor belongs to the next realm, his lifespan will definitely be more than 10 million years. And almost none of the great emperors in history had a good ending. Most of them died in that catastrophe, so it's hard to estimate their lifespan. Su Zimo said, as far as I know, the longevity great emperor of the last era had a good ending and his lifespan was only 20 million years. There are 2 possibilities. Dai Yu said, first, a great emperor's lifespan is 20 million years. Second, the living beings in the middle world are restricted by the laws of heaven and earth, so their lifespan is only 20 million years. Something's still not right. Su Zimo shook his head. Although the 6 paths and the middle world exist side by side, it's still below the greater world. Logically speaking, the great emperors of the 6 paths should also have an upper lifespan. But the demon lord and the evil emperor have existed since a few eras ago. It's probably been hundreds of millions of years since then. How could they have lived for so long? Dai Yu shook her head. She couldn't figure it out either. For a few eras, most of the great emperors in the middle world had died in the catastrophe, but the demon lord and the evil emperor had lived until now. Su Zimo pondered. Or could it be that the demon lord and the evil emperor had died long ago, but could be revived in every era? But soon, Su Zimo rejected this idea. A great emperor was already the upper limit of a middle world's power. What kind of power would it take to revive a great emperor? Even the heavenly burial scripture couldn't do it. Why did Kang invade the great wilderness? Su Zimo asked. I don't know, and it's not important. Dai Yu said, do you remember what I told you? The upper world is like a bloody and dark forest. The survival of all races is like walking on thin ice, and other forces can barge in at any time to kill as they please. In the eyes of Kang, all the living beings of the great wilderness are nothing more than a bunch of ants. There's no need for a reason. At first, Kang didn't even put the creatures of the great wilderness in his eyes. He just stepped on them like it was just a casual step in the forest. He didn't even look down. Merely, it didn't expect to step on a stone. As she spoke, Dai Yu's gaze shifted to the ground not far away. In an instant, it was as if time had accelerated. On the hard ground, there were a few stalks of tender grass that were tenaciously growing. They were full of vitality and exuded the vitality of life. A butterfly fluttered in the air and landed on a few stalks of grass. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past, sending sand and stones flying. This gust of wind came very suddenly. It swept across the butterfly's body and destroyed its thin wings, as if it wanted to blow it far away and tear it into pieces. This butterfly seemed so weak and helpless in the fierce wind. The wings on its back were almost broken. However, the butterfly remained motionless the entire time, silently fighting against the howling winds around it. Look at that stalk of grass. No matter how hard the ground is, it will eventually break out of the ground. Suddenly, Dayu's voice sounded. This gust of wind can blow sand and stones, but it can't move a weak butterfly. That's life. No matter how weak a race is, it's still life. And the power of life lies in its unwillingness to submit. When he heard that, Suzumo's heart skipped a beat. At that moment, he sensed Dayu's Tao. It was because of her unwillingness to submit that Dayu was able to rise from the weakest butterfly race to where she was today. Dayu asked again, "Do you know why I imparted you Tao techniques in Pingyang town back then?" Suzumo replied, "You once said that you wanted to end this karma. That's only one of the reasons." Dayu said, "If you had chosen to submit and compromise in the face of perfected Jindan's bullying, I would have imparted you Tao techniques and ended this karma as well. However, I wouldn't have taught you cultivation personally or left you any gifts. It's precisely because you didn't kneel that I sensed the unwillingness to submit from you, the power of life." Realization dawned on Suzumo. It was no wonder why Dayu did not speak to him much even after staying in his residence for 2 years. However, after that incident, Dayu took the initiative to look for him, wanting to impart her Tao techniques and bring him on the path of cultivation. Right then, the butterfly that was initially persevering in the raging winds suddenly flapped its wings gently. Instantly, the entire world seemed to have stopped. The next moment, the flapping wings on the butterfly's back created an even more terrifying gust of wind that swept in all directions. As for the butterfly, it stood in the midst of the gust like a divine being. Gradually, 2 balls of purple flames appeared in Suzumo's eyes. What happened earlier on was not a coincidence. Dayu was imparting her Tao. Of course, a single Tao technique could not raise Suzumo's cultivation realm. However, the 2 true bodies could gain a lot of insights from it. Looking at Suzumo, who was comprehending the Tao technique, Dayu nodded slightly with a look of admiration in her eyes. Right then, Dayu's expression changed as though she had sensed something. Looking into the distance, she suddenly vanished from the spot. Butterfly Valley. In the conference hall. By the time Dayu arrived, the 8 demon emperors of the eastern wilderness were all present. "What's the matter?" Dayu sat in the middle with her blood-red robes and exuded a powerful aura as she asked indifferently. Beside Suzumo, Dayu would inadvertently reveal her weak side. However, in front of others, she was the powerful and invincible blood butterfly demon emperor whose name shook the entire vast wilderness. There's a commotion from the Taiyar mountain range. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai sat on his chair without standing up and said in a deep voice, "Kang should be making a move on the Taiyar mountain range. I'm afraid Tian Wu won't be able to defend against it alone. Tian Wu's collusion technique is dead," Dayu said. Hearing that, the demonic emperor's expressions changed slightly. Great Peng Demon Emperor said, "If that's the case, let's give up on the Taiyar mountain range. We can't even take care of ourselves and can't help. It's not appropriate to give up." Divine Elephant Demon Emperor frowned and said, "There are dozens of countries in the Taiyar mountain range with billions of lives. Once we give up, Kang will invade and slaughter countless races. Then what should we do?" Black Snake Demon Emperor said, "If we go and help, our mountain range will be empty and Kang will take advantage of it. The losses will be even greater." Dragon Emperor Huang Hai suddenly said, "If Shui Dai appears, she should be able to defend against Kang's attack." However, pausing, Dragon Emperor Huang Hai looked at Dayu and said, "It hasn't been long since the last battle. Shui Dai, your injuries." Dayu looked at Dragon Emperor Huang Hai expressionlessly and said, "What are you trying to say?" "Nothing." Dragon Emperor Huang Hai said, "I'm thinking that if your injuries haven't healed, we won't be able to defend the Taiyar mountain range. If this continues, It's only a matter of time before the entire eastern wilderness is devoured by Kang. If that's the case, why should we continue to persist? The sooner we submit, the sooner we may be able to accomplish something under Kang's command with our battle prowess. Chapter 2941. After Dragon Emperor Huang Hai finished his words, the other 8 demonic emperors had different expressions. Among the 9 demonic emperors of Eastern Wilderness, only Dragon Emperor Huang Hai, Great Rock Demonic Emperor, and Divine Elephant Demonic Emperor had followed Daiyu for many years. The rest came from the south, west, and north wilderness. In order to avoid Kang's conquest, they moved to the east. Back then, Blood Butterfly Demonic Empress had 12 demonic emperors under her command. However, in that battle, 9 demonic emperors died, leaving only Dragon Emperor Huang Hai, Great Rock Demonic Emperor, and Divine Elephant Demonic Emperor. In that battle, Daiyu defeated Kang and left behind a bunch of emperors' corpses. The remaining demonic emperors, Great Rock Demonic Emperor, and Divine Elephant Demonic Emperor had all broken through and absorbed a large amount of world fragments to reach their current level. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai had followed Daiyu for the longest time, and his declaration was unexpected. This also meant that Kang's strength and continuous conquest had pressured Dragon Emperor Huang Hai, which was why he was willing to submit. There were only 4 peak stage demonic emperors in the Great Wilderness domain. The other 3 had all submitted to Kang. Only Daiyu guarded Eastern Wilderness. Below the pinnacle, Dragon Emperor Huang Hai was one of the strongest peerless imperial emperors. Among the 9 demonic emperors of Eastern Wilderness, Daiyu was the strongest. Below her were Dragon Emperor Huang Hai, Great Rock Demonic Emperor, Divine Elephant Demonic Emperor, and Nine-Tailed Demonic Emperor. There were 5 ordinary demonic emperors, Kuei Ox Demonic Emperor, Baizi Demonic Emperor, Sky-Bearing Emperor, Black Snake Demonic Emperor, and Tianwu Demonic Emperor. As one of the 4 demonic emperors and the one who had followed Daiyu for the longest time, Dragon Emperor Huang Hai's declaration was extremely important. Daiyu looked calm and said nothing. She only looked at the remaining demonic emperors. Among the 3 remaining demonic emperors, Great Rock Demonic Emperor's expression did not change, as if he was not surprised by Dragon Emperor Huang Hai's declaration. The other 2, Divine Elephant Demonic Emperor and Nine-Tailed Demonic Emperor, frowned. Among the remaining 4 ordinary demon emperors, the Kuei Ox Demon Emperor and the Black Snake Demon Emperor were tempted, while the Sky-Bearing Demon Emperor and the Baizi Demon Emperor showed signs of resistance. Huang Hai, what are you saying? The Divine Elephant Demon Emperor frowned and said, Kang has a blood feud with the Eastern Barren Territory. More than half of the 12 demon kings who fought alongside us died in their hands. If we don't avenge them, the heavens will not tolerate it. Should we choose to surrender? How can those fallen brothers rest in peace after surrendering to the enemy? Before Dragon Emperor Huang Hai could say anything, Great Peng Demon Monarch spoke first. Kang's strength is unfathomable. Monarch Qing Yang and the others will return soon. Shuedai's injuries have not healed yet. Who can stop them? Dopeng Demon Overlord glanced at Daiyu. Could it be that dying on the battlefield is the best ending? If the Divine Phoenix and the Spirit Turtle were still alive, they probably wouldn't want us to seek our own deaths. Among the 4 peerless demonic emperors, 2 had already expressed their desire to submit to Kang. I don't agree. The Nine-Tailed Demonic Emperor stood up slowly and said, I brought the Nine-Tailed tribe here from the Southern Barren Territory because I don't want them to fall into Kang's hands and become his slaves. Other than the Nine-Tailed tribe, there are many other races in the Great Wilderness that have fled to the Eastern Barren Territory to seek protection. Now that you want to submit to Kang, what will you do to them? The Nine-Tailed Demonic Emperor was wearing a pink fur coat, revealing her slender arms and long, snow-white legs. She had a slim figure, and a casual glance at her would make one's heart flutter. Those eyes rippled with light, as if they could steal one's soul. All the demonic emperors present sat upright. No one dared to look at her, let alone look at the Nine-Tailed Demonic Emperor. The Fox tribe was good at seduction. The king of the Fox tribe, the Nine-Tailed Sky Fox, was a natural beauty. She had a delicate body, and she was like a perfect treasure created by the gods. She emitted a seductive fragrance. Monarch Qing Yang had even said that he wanted the nine-tailed demonic emperor to serve him. If not for Dai Yu's protection, the nine-tailed demonic emperor would have been taken into Monarch Qing Yang's harem. The nine-tailed demonic emperor also had someone she liked in the Eastern Barren territory, so the other demonic emperors didn't dare to have any improper thoughts. The Black Snake demonic emperor looked straight ahead and said, "We're all monarchs, and our lives are precious. We can't be compared to those messy races. If that's the case, we can only go with the flow. That's the only way we won't be crushed." The Bai Zi demonic emperor shook his head slightly and said, "I don't agree." The 8 demonic emperors in the hall were in a long argument, and it was getting more and more intense. Dai Yu didn't say anything from the beginning to the end. The battle with Monarch Qing Yang and the others wouldn't make her feel tired. The current situation was what made her feel exhausted. Although Dragon Emperor Huang Hai, Dopeng Demonic Emperor, and the others hadn't left the Eastern Barren Territory, the Eastern Barren Territory was no longer united under Kang's great pressure. It could even fall apart at any time. The final battle hadn't come yet, but the Eastern Barren Territory was already divided. On one side, there were generals who had followed her for many years. If not for Su Zimo's arrival, Dai Yu didn't know how long she could hold on. At this moment, Dragon Emperor Huang Hai stood up and said, "Everyone, stop arguing. Kang's army is coming, and the Taya mountain range has no leader. Who can stop them? How can we solve this crisis?" The Divine Elephant Demonic Emperor said, "As far as I know, Kang's Peak Demonic Emperor was injured by Xue Dai. Monarch Qing Yang and the others should still be recovering. Kang's attack this time is probably led by a peerless monarch. If that's the case, we might be able to fight them together." The Divine Elephant Demonic Emperor had followed Dai Yu for many years. He could guess that Dai Yu was injured and probably couldn't fight. They could only rely on themselves for this battle. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai said faintly, "The Earth Hill mountain I'm at is in the Huang Sea. The terrain is crucial, and I have to guard there. I can't fight." The Dopeng Demonic Emperor also stood up and said, "The Swagger mountain range is in the far west of the Eastern Barren Territory. It's connected to Kang. We can't lose it. I have to guard there." Although these two hadn't decided to pledge allegiance to Kang, they had chosen to stand aside and watch. 2 of the 4 peerless demonic emperors had left, and the pressure on Eastern Wilderness increased. Among the remaining 4 ordinary demonic emperors, the Black Snake Demonic Emperor and the One-Legged Ox Demonic Emperor each found an excuse to avoid the battle. The Divine Elephant Demonic Emperor frowned and glared at Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and the Great Rock Demonic Emperor. He could see that these were just excuses made by Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and the others. How could the 4 of them resist Kang's army? Nine-tailed Beast Emperor sighed in her heart. She looked at Dai Yu, who was sitting in the middle, and said softly, "Sister Xue Dai, with the current situation, I'm afraid we really have to abandon the Taya mountain range. However, I'm afraid the creatures in the Taya mountain range will." Just as Dai Yu was about to speak, a purple-robed figure appeared outside the hall. The person stepped out of the hall and said, "I'll guard the Taya mountain range." Wu Dao's true body had arrived. Dai Yu looked at Su Zimo. Her beautiful eyes lit up, but she quickly hid it. The demonic emperors in the hall also turned their heads and looked over. Chapter 2942. The Shifter Emperors scanned Wu Dao's real body from top to bottom. Wu Dao body wore a purple robe and put on the Mo Luo mask again. Since he was only at the peak of the martial domain realm, he did not have the aura of a martial monarch expert. The beast Theurches could not see anything special about him. A human. In the great wilderness domain, thousands of races coexisted and the human race was one of them. However, the human race had not reached the Emperor realm and did not have much of a presence. Emperor Qingtian in the main hall was from the giant race. The demonic Theurches then looked at Dai Yu, who was in a high position, with some confusion. Dai Yu's expression was normal, as if she was not surprised by the arrival of the purple-robed human. "Who are you?" Great Rock Demon Emperor narrowed his eyes and stared at Wu Dao's real body. "I am a Rocky Tokishi." Wu Dao's real body looked around and cupped his hands. He nodded and said, "Greetings, Shifter Emperors." Although he took the initiative to greet them, Wu Dao's real body's tone was calm and he did not bow to the shifter emperors present. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai, Great Rock Demon Emperor and the others were expressionless, but they sneered in their hearts. They had no idea where this human had popped out from. He hadn't even reached the martial monarch realm, yet he dared to spout such nonsense. How dare he claim to be on equal footing with them? In fact, Wu Dao's real body was already being polite by taking the initiative to greet the shifter emperors present. If not for the fact that the shifter emperors had followed Dai Yu for so many years and fought against strong enemies together, he would not even bother with them. Orochi Tokishi. Never heard of him. Kuei Ox Demon Emperor pouted. Black Snake Demon Emperor looked at Wu Dao's real body and suddenly scolded, "Where did this nameless person come from? You have no right to speak here. Get lost." Divine Elephant Demon Emperor, Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor, Baizi Demon Emperor and Emperor Qingtian frowned slightly. Dai Yu was not surprised by this person's sudden appearance. This meant that this person was most likely sent by Dai Yu. If the four of them could tell, so could Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and the Black Snake Demon Monarch. However, the Black Snake Demon Monarch pretended that he didn't know anything and scolded Orochi Tokishi loudly. Obviously, he was trying to intimidate him. On the surface, the Black Snake Demon Emperor seemed to be targeting Orochi Tokishi, but in reality, he had the intention of testing Dai Yu. Dai Yu was injured. However, no one knew how serious his injuries were or how much fighting strength he had left. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and Dopeng Monarch Beast had mentioned the same thing during their conversation. If they were sure that Dai Yu was severely injured and unable to fight, Dragon Emperor Huang Hai, Great Rock Demon Emperor, Black Snake Demon Emperor, and Ox Demon Emperor would probably leave the eastern wilderness. Hey! Wu Dao smiled in response to the Black Snake Demon Emperor's rebuke. There was a hint of strangeness in his laughter. Suddenly, Wu Dao's true body stomped the ground. There was a loud rumble. The entire hall was shaking. In the next instant, Wu Dao's true body was right in front of the Black Snake Demon Emperor. Before the Black Snake Demon Monarch could react, the martial Dao body reached out his hand and pressed it on the top of the Black Snake Demon Monarch's head. His 5 fingers dug into the Black Snake Demon Monarch's skull and pulled him down from his seat. The entire hall was in an uproar. It was too fast. No one would have thought that the seemingly ordinary human race would suddenly rise up in revolt. One had to know that those sitting in the hall were all demon emperors who ruled over a region and commanded 3 armies. What kind of status and identity was that? Any one of them could cause the entire vast wilderness to tremble with a stomp of their feet. With a raise of their arms, hundreds of millions of demon race soldiers would gather. Who would have thought that an outsider would dare to attack one of their demonic emperors when they were surrounded by so many of them? The moment he attacked, he struck like lightning and did not give the Black Snake Demon Emperor any chance to retaliate. The Black Snake Demon Emperor only heard Orochi Tokishi's laughter. Before he could finish his laughter, a violent roar sounded in his ears. The hall shook. A huge shadow loomed over him. Immediately after, he felt a sharp pain in his head. His spirit consciousness was sealed and his essence spirit was locked. He could not use any strength at all as he was pulled down from his seat by his head. Even if he had many tricks up his sleeves, he could not use them. With his essence spirit locked, he could not even form his own world. The Black Snake Demon Emperor's face was first filled with shock, followed by rage. Following that, it was fear. He suddenly sensed the aura of death. Now that Orochi Tokishi was holding him by his head, he could kill him on the spot with a single thought. Furthermore, he could sense the blood stench on Wu Dao's true body. He did not doubt Orochi Tokishi's decisiveness in killing. How dare you? What are you doing? Let him go. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and the others finally reacted and stood up one after another, shouting. Instantly, at least 3 Emperor Realm spirit consciousnesses and auras descended and locked onto Wu Dao's true body. You guys had better sit back down. Wu Dao's true body lifted the Black Snake Demon Emperor and said indifferently, "This snake demon is dead for sure if I use a little more strength." Dragon Emperor Huang Hai and the others did not push too hard for fear of breaking the vases. Were you scolding me earlier on? Wu Dao's true body lifted the Black Snake Demon Emperor and asked in a seemingly casual manner. The Black Snake Demon Emperor no longer had the demeanor of a demon emperor. Instead of a snake demon, he looked more like an earthworm. The Black Snake Demon Emperor gulped. Although Wu Dao's true body asked casually, the Black Snake Demon Emperor could sense the killing intent behind that calm tone. He didn't doubt in the slightest that if he said anything wrong, it would be the end of his life. I was blind earlier on and said something wrong. Please forgive me, fellow Day Oyster Rocky Tokishi. The Black Snake Demon Emperor's voice trembled slightly. Now that his life was hanging by a thread, he could not care less about his pride as a demon emperor. If he wanted to keep his life, he had to show weakness. Wu Dao's true body said indifferently, if not for the fact that you have followed the Blood Butterfly Demon Emperor for so many years, you would already be dead. Wu Dao's true body was not trying to scare the Black Snake Demon Emperor. If Wu Dao's true body had punched the Black Snake Demon Emperor, the Black Snake Demon Emperor would have been reduced to a pile of minced meat. The Black Snake Demon Emperor quickly said, "Thank you, fellow Day Oyster Rocky Tokishi. We have all followed the Blood Butterfly Demon Emperor and are on the same side." Wu Dao's true body sneered and threw the Black Snake Demon Emperor back to his seat. He had just arrived and naturally could not kill the Demon Emperors under Dai Yu's command. The Black Snake Demon Emperor had followed Dai Yu for many years. Although he had shown his intention to betray her, he had not done anything substantial yet and there was still room for negotiation. It was up to Dai Yu to decide how to deal with the Black Snake Demon Emperor. The moment the Black Snake Demon Emperor broke free, his expression changed and he glared at the martial Dao true body with a ferocious glint in his eyes, snarling word by word, "Desolate Marshal, you're courting death." He had been subdued by Wu Dao's true body in one move and did not even have time to release his world. How could he accept this? Moreover, he had just lost all his dignity. If he did not get it back, how was he going to command the three armies in the future? That's enough. At this moment, Dai Yu stood up and clapped her hands to stop a possible fight. She said, "Orochi Tokishi is here to help me. I believe you all already know him. I don't need to introduce him." End of chapter. Chapter 2943. Blood Butterfly Demon Empress, what is the meaning of this? The Black Snake Demon Emperor's expression was terrible as he gritted his teeth. This person managed to kill me when I was unprepared. You didn't step in earlier and now you're protecting him? The Black Snake Demon Emperor could not be blamed for feeling indignant. After all, he was one of the 9 great demon emperors of Eastern Wilderness. His status was only below Dai Yu's and he had followed her for many years. Now, a human had appeared out of nowhere and almost killed him, humiliating him. Not only did the Blood Butterfly Demon Empress not step in for him, she was even protecting that human. The Black Snake Demon Emperor was not the only one. The other demon emperors could also tell that Dai Yu was protecting the purple-robed human and could not help but feel puzzled. What was his relationship with the Blood Butterfly Demon Empress for her to think so highly of him? I'm protecting him? Dai Yu raised her brows slightly. Is that not the case? The Black Snake Demon Emperor said in a deep voice, if you did not step in and we had a fair fight, he would be a dead man by now. The Divine Elephant Demon Emperor coughed gently and tried to smooth things over. Kang is invading us on a large scale. Let's talk about our conflicts in the future. Right now, let's deal with the external threat and tide through this calamity together. That's right. The 9-tailed Demon Emperor looked at Wu Dao's real body and said with a smile, this fellow Day Oyster Rocky Tokishi is here to help us after all. Let's talk about our grudges in the future. Hee. The Black Snake Demon Emperor looked at Dai Yu and scoffed. Although he did not continue to pursue the matter, he was obviously extremely resentful and even showed some disrespect towards Dai Yu. Dai Yu's expression was cold as she walked down slowly from the high ground and walked towards the Black Snake Demon Emperor. The atmosphere in the entire hall suddenly became extremely solemn. At this moment, everyone in the hall felt a strand of terrifying and shocking pressure. Wu Dao's real body finally felt how powerful Dai Yu was. Dai Yu was not targeting him. Even so, he could still feel the immense pressure. Even if he released Wu Dao's Purgatory and Origin Martial Grotto Heaven, he might not be able to withstand Dai Yu's power. The difference was too great. If the demonic emperors in the main hall were just puddles of water, then the demonic emperors in the main hall were like lakes. But now, the approaching Dai Yu was like a raging wave in the ocean. It surged over in all directions and could devour everything. The black snake demon monarch, who was at the center of the huge wave, felt it even more intensely. The black snake monarch beast's face instantly turned pale. Unknowingly, he was sweating profusely. "You're not convinced?" Dai Yu came before the black snake monarch and asked calmly. The black snake demon emperor didn't even dare to look at Dai Yu. Dai Yu's terrifying aura made his body tremble uncontrollably. Before he could speak, Dai Yu waved her hand and threw 2 round objects at the black snake monarch beast. The black snake demon emperor was already scared out of his wits. Even the slightest movement would cause him great panic. Plop! The black snake demon emperor didn't dare to ask what those 2 things were. He directly knelt on the ground and hurriedly said, I accept, I have no complaint. Look at them. Dai Yu's voice sounded. The black snake demon emperor swallowed his saliva and stole a glance. 2 charred heads. And they looked familiar, as if they were. The black snake demon emperor took a closer look and could not help but gasp. Demon Emperor Tian Wu of the Taiyar mountain range. The other was Demon Emperor Zhu Shu from Kang. Dai Yu said, I said earlier that Tian Wu colluded with Zhu Shu and is dead. However, I didn't say who killed them. Hearing that, the expressions of the demon emperors changed. They guessed a possibility and instinctively looked towards Wu Dao's true body. Orochi Tokishi killed these 2. Dai Yu reached out and stroked the black snake demon emperor's head, asking, Black Snake, how is your combat strength compared to Tian Wu and Zhu Shu? The black snake demon emperor trembled. On one hand, he was frightened by Dai Yu. On the other hand, he was frightened by Wu Dao's true body. The black snake demon emperor was only at the lesser mastery of the martial emperor realm and an ordinary emperor lord. His combat strength was similar to Tian Wu and Zhu Shu. If Orochi Tokishi could kill Tian Wu and Zhu Shu, he could naturally kill him as well. In other words, if Dai Yu had not stepped forward to stop him, he might have been a dead man by now. I know I was wrong. The black snake demon emperor said with a trembling voice. The other demon emperors also looked at Wu Dao's true body with a different gaze. Initially, they thought that Wu Dao's true body was able to subdue the black snake demon emperor because he had the element of surprise. But now, it seemed like Orochi Tokishi was indeed quite capable. Kang is coming this time. Do you want to participate in the battle? Dai Yu asked. Yes. I'll definitely fight. The black snake demon emperor agreed without hesitation. Get up. Dai Yu patted the black snake demon emperor's head gently. The terrifying pressure that enveloped the black snake demon emperor dissipated as well. Wu Dao's true body nodded. This was what Dai Yu was capable of. Even without attacking, she was still able to intimidate the black snake demon emperor. What about the 3 of you? Dai Yu looked at Dragon Emperor Huang Hai, Great Rock Demon Emperor, and One-Legged Ox Demon Emperor. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai was silent for a while before he said slowly, the location of Di Chou Mountain that I'm guarding is indeed very important. I can't afford to lose it. Great Rock Demon Emperor and One-Legged Ox Demon Emperor also found an excuse to avoid the battle. Dai Yu nodded calmly. She did not force them. Tian Wu is dead. Orochi Tokishi is the new lord of Tai Dai Yu looked at Divine Elephant Demon Emperor, Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor, and the others and said, we'll have to rely on all of you for this battle. Don't worry. Divine Elephant Demon Emperor said in a deep voice, we'll do our best. This battle is not only for Eastern Wilderness, but also for ourselves. Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor said softly, Sister Shuedai, don't worry and rest. Leave this battle to us. Even so, the demon Theurges knew that even if no peak Imperial Emperor appeared in this battle, the Eastern Wilderness would still be doomed. Divine Elephant Demon Emperor and Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor were 2 peerless Imperial Emperors. Bai Zi Demon Emperor, Sky-Bearing Emperor, Black Snake Demon Emperor, and Orochi Tokishi, who had just arrived, were only 4 ordinary Imperial Emperors. How could 6 Demon Emperors fight against Kang's army? I hope all of you return victorious. Dragon Emperor Huang Hai looked at Divine Elephant Demon Emperor and the others, nodded, and turned to leave. Great Rock Demon Emperor and One-Legged Ox Demon Emperor also left. The three Demon Emperors tore open the void and left Butterfly Valley, arriving above Di Chou Mountain at the same time. Shui Dai should be severely injured and hasn't recovered. Great Rock Demon Emperor said in a deep voice. One-Legged Ox Demon Emperor asked, "Are we really going to leave Eastern Wilderness and join Kang?" Dragon Emperor Huang Hai said lightly, "Shui Dai hasn't recovered from her injuries. Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor and the others won't be able to stop this battle with just Divine Elephant. Eastern Wilderness is gone. It's only natural for us to join Kang. If they win, we'll see. It's almost impossible." Great Rock Demon Emperor suddenly sighed and said, "After all, we've followed Shui Dai for so many years. Now that she's in trouble, we're leaving her. I feel bad." Dragon Emperor Huang Hai shook his head and said, "We've followed her for so many years. We've already done our best to protect Eastern Wilderness. She's unwilling to surrender and wants to fight to the death. I don't want to die with her." End of chapter. Chapter 2944. An army had gathered at the border between the Tai'ar mountain range and the southern wilderness. Banners were everywhere, and it was a sea of black. Many demon kings stood on top of the mountains. They were led by a group of demon generals and millions of demon soldiers. They were filled with killing intent. The number of demon generals in the army was incalculable. The number of demon kings alone had reached more than 1,000. There were also more than 20 figures with terrifying auras standing in the air. The four leading them were Spirit Horn Demon Emperor, Fei Lian Demon Emperor, Nine Yin Demon Emperor, and Huidou Demon Emperor. All four of them were peerless demon emperors. Among the four, only Nine Yin Demon Emperor had a special token with the word Kang on his waist. Spirit Horn, Fei Lian, and Huidou were originally demon emperors of the Great Wilderness. They had later submitted to Kang. Behind the four peerless demon emperors, there were more than a dozen ordinary demon emperors. They were all demon emperors of the Great Wilderness who had submitted to Kang. Among the demon emperors, Nine Yin Demon Emperor was clearly the leader. "Lord Nine Yin." Spirit Horn Demon Emperor bowed slightly and asked carefully, "Are there any other Emperor Realm helpers on Kang's side?" The demon race army that had gathered nearby were almost all native forces of the Great Wilderness. They were originally from the Southern Wilderness, Western Wilderness, and Northern Wilderness. In the previous battle with the Eastern Wilderness, Emperor Qing Yang, the Seven Knights Dragon Emperor, and a few native peak emperors of the Great Wilderness had fought with Dai Yu. Both sides had been injured and had temporarily stopped fighting. Emperor Qing Yang had disappeared again. No one knew where he went. Only Nine Yin Demon Emperor was left to guard the Great Wilderness. Fei Lian Demon Emperor also asked, "There are still four peerless demon emperors in the Eastern Wilderness. If they fight to the death, we may not be able to win." Nine Yin Demon Emperor smiled faintly and said, "The Eastern Wilderness is full of internal conflicts. The Mountain Lords have their own plans. Some of them have even submitted to me. Our army is pressing on the border. The Eastern Wilderness is about to be destroyed. When young Master Di Yang returns and sees that the Eastern Wilderness has been destroyed, he will be overjoyed. Only then will he give you some rewards." Hearing this, the other demon emperors perked up. If Emperor Qing Yang could reward them with some origin stones or treasures containing Genesis Qi, it would greatly benefit their cultivation. Demon Emperor Huidou looked serious and said in a deep voice, "Rewards are secondary. I only want to follow Lord Di Yang and conquer the world." "Very good." Demon Emperor Nine Yin nodded slightly and sneered in his heart. The demon soldiers, demon generals, demon kings, and demon emperors of the vast wilderness were nothing more than a bunch of ants in their eyes. They were just tools that could be used and discarded at any time. Kill. When the Nine Yin Demon Emperor saw that the army had assembled, he raised his arm and pointed in the direction of the Tai'ar mountain range. Kill. Flatten the Eastern Wilderness. All the demonic emperors shouted. The demon race army of billions also roared loudly and charged towards the Tai'ar mountain range. It was like a black torrent that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were too many of them. The entire Tyar mountain range was shaking. 9 Yin Demon Emperor and the other demon emperors moved forward slowly in mid-air. Below them was the black torrent that could devour and destroy everything. I am Demon King Zilan, the ruler of Zilan Nation. I choose to submit to Kang. A demon king in a purple robe led the demon generals behind him and shouted to the demon emperors in mid-air. At the same time, they knelt on the ground. The high and mighty demon emperor 9 Yin and the others did not even lower their heads to take a look. They just flew past Demon King Zilan and the others. At the same time, the terrifying black torrent engulfed Demon King Zilan and the Zilan kingdom behind him in front of his shocked and horrified eyes. Slaughter. Blood. Wherever the black torrent passed, there was only one outcome, no matter if one chose to submit or resist. Nothing survived and everything turned into ruins. The foot technique demon emperor of the Tyar mountain range had fallen. The remaining demon kings all had different thoughts. Some chose to submit, while others chose to resist. They could not form a strong barrier at all. The Tyar mountain range was rapidly being devoured by the black torrent. Loud roars and begging could not stop the black torrent. At this moment, the various races and living beings in the Tyar mountain range once again felt the suffocating despair. Regardless of gender or race, living beings in the eastern wilderness were like grass under the black torrent. Blood flowed for thousands of miles, and corpses were everywhere. An old woman knelt on the ground and looked up at the sky. She cried loudly, "Where is the Lord of the eastern wilderness? Please don't give up on us." A middle-aged man clenched the halberd in his hand and stood at the front of his clansmen. He shouted, "The Kunwu clan will never retreat. We swear to protect our last home." In the Tyar mountain range, more and more experts stood out. Compared to the oncoming black torrent, they were so weak and could not even withstand a single blow. Even so, they still did not retreat. Even if they were like moths flying into a flame, they would not regret it. They were willing to give up everything for their home and clansmen. Boom! At this moment, a purple figure fell from the sky and landed heavily in the black torrent. The horrifying impact formed a huge shockwave that instantly swept the surrounding demon soldiers and demon generals into pieces. The black torrent was interrupted by this purple figure, and there was a slight pause. But soon, more black torrents surged toward this purple figure, wanting to tear him into pieces. Whoosh! At this moment, with this purple figure as the center, black flames suddenly lit up around him and spread rapidly. Although the black torrent was ferocious and unstoppable, it could not extinguish the black flames. Even a few demon kings could not dodge in time and were swallowed by the black flames. Even after releasing their grotto heavens, they could not resist and were burned to ashes. This black flame condensed into a huge black lotus in the overwhelming torrent. It was extremely shocking. Hellfire had descended upon the vast wilderness. Wu Dao's original body had cultivated to the perfected martial domain realm, and the power of hellfire had also increased. Even peak-stage demon kings could not resist it. But just one hellfire was still unable to stop the black torrent in front of him. Wu Dao's original body formed hand seals and pointed toward the sky. After cultivating the martial Dao, he rarely used any Dharma spells or divine abilities. However, at this moment, as Wu Dao's original body chanted Sanskrit, lotus flowers suddenly descended from the sky. Even the ground was surging with lotus flowers. This was originally a Buddhist divine power known as falling heavenly flowers, and golden lotuses bloom from the ground. However, after Wu Dao's original body refined it and converted it into his own profundity, he deduced a new Dharma spell. There was only one type of falling heavenly flowers and surging lotus flowers. Red karmic fire lotus. It was as though a red lotus rain was falling from the sky. Every single red karmic fire lotus surged out from the ground like a volcano erupting. Lava spewed out and blocked the black torrent completely. Wu Dao's original body descended and blocked the army of billions of demons single-handedly. Chapter 2945. This red lotus fire rain was something that even a demon king could not withstand, let alone a group of demon soldiers and demon generals. Wu Dao's real body, which had fallen into the black torrent, finally attracted the attention of the demon emperors in the sky. Wu Dao's real body did not emit the aura of a martial emperor. Therefore, even though Wu Dao's real body had appeared, the demon emperors did not think much of him. However, the descent of the red lotus fire rain still caused the demon emperors to frown slightly. They stopped in their tracks and looked down at the purple figure on the battlefield. Is this karmic fire? Someone actually mastered this kind of fire. Who is this person? What is his cultivation level? Why have we not seen him before? Although they had seen many demon soldiers and demon generals, and even demon kings, die at the hands of Wu Dao's real body, the demon emperors were not worried at all. They only discussed among themselves. The spirit horn demon emperor's eyes were clear. After a while, he muttered, "This person's cultivation technique is a little strange. Although he has not reached the martial emperor realm, his battle strength should be at the level of a quasi-emperor. Quasi-emperors are not rare." The nine-yin demon emperor waved his hand casually and said, "Kill him." The hook snake demon emperor said first, "Leave such a small fry to me." Among the dozen or so ordinary demon emperors, the hook snake demon emperor reacted the fastest. Killing a quasi-emperor was just a casual matter. The others did not dare to compete with him. Originally, the Tyre mountain range could not withstand the onslaught of the black torrent formed by the billions of demon race soldiers. However, after Wu Dao's real body arrived, the situation of the Tyre mountain range immediately showed signs of turning around. At this moment, a man in a python robe descended from the sky. He had already locked onto Wu Dao's real body, who was killing everyone on the battlefield. He was too fast. The hook snake demon emperor was still high in the sky a moment ago. The next moment, the hook snake demon emperor had already transformed into his real body and arrived beside Wu Dao's real body. Wu Dao's real body did not seem to notice all this. The hook snake race was a pure-blooded ferocious beast. As for the hook snake that had cultivated to the demon the arch level, it had almost no weaknesses. Its entire body was covered in pitch-black scales that were indestructible. There were even sharp barbs growing out from the gaps between the scales. Once they pierced into the flesh, they would be firmly nailed inside. Of course, the hook snake clan's strongest means of attack was still the forked hook on its tail. It was suffused with a dark green glow and was extremely poisonous. It was indestructible and could pierce through everything. The hook snake demon monarch came to the side of Wu Dao's real body and coiled around Wu Dao's real body. Many of the living beings in the Tyre mountain range could not bear to continue watching. This was the hook snake clan's killer move. Even a demonic emperor expert would not dare to be entangled by the hook snake. There was no need to wait for the hook serpent to exert its strength. Just the barbs on the hook serpent's body were enough to pierce through and tear apart any living being. The snake's body coiled around, and it could even squeeze living beings into a pool of blood. Even the primordial spirit wouldn't have a chance to escape. Countless gazes were focused on this scene. Finally, someone noticed the anomaly. There was something wrong with the hook snake demon monarch's expression, and a hint of panic flashed through the depths of his eyes. Almost everyone thought that Wu Dao's real body was dead for sure. No one knew what the hook snake demon monarch was facing. He had indeed coiled around the purple-robed human. However, the barbs on his body could not penetrate the purple-robed human's flesh. No matter how he exerted his strength, the barbs on his scales could not pierce through. Because he exerted too much strength, a few of the barbs even snapped. Was that a human? What kind of body did that human cultivate? Even if he had not summoned his own world, there was no way a quasi-emperor expert would be able to defend against his demonic emperor physique. Could that person also be a demonic emperor expert? The hook snake demon monarch finally realized what kind of opponent he was facing. However, it was already too late by the time he reacted. "How dare you approach me? You're courting death." The purple-robed human spoke. It was neither a threat nor a conversation. It was more like he was muttering to himself. The next moment, the hook snake demon monarch suddenly felt a tremendous and terrifying power burst forth from the purple-robed human's body. It was like a volcano erupting and was unstoppable. Boom! There was a loud explosion. This was the sound of blood circulating. The sound was terrifying, and it was as though the mountains were collapsing and the earth was collapsing. Countless blood chi burst forth. The body of Wu Dao's real body seemed to swell as his limbs stretched out and blood chi spewed out. Poof! Under everyone's gaze, the hook snake demon monarch's massive body suddenly exploded into several pieces. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere and blood stained the void, leaving behind a cloud of blood mist. Hiss! Many living beings were dumbfounded and shocked as they watched this scene in disbelief. The hook snake demon monarch had actually died. Hook snake demon monarch's essence spirit did not escape from the blood mist. The blood mist rapidly evaporated and Wu Dao's real body reappeared. He quickly rose into the air and looked down at the demon army below. He said coldly, "Retreat from the Tayar mountain range. Otherwise, die." This sentence was abnormally short, but who would dare to ignore it after he had just killed a demon monarch? Who wouldn't be afraid of the billions of demons? One had to know that Kang and Eastern Wilderness had been at war for many years. There had been several battles between imperial emperors, causing the world to shatter and dim. Even so, there were very few cases of imperial emperors dying on both sides. Generally speaking, in the arch battle between Kang and Eastern Wilderness, each side would fight against their own experts. For example, Dai Yu would do her best to block all the peak imperial emperors on Kang's side. The peerless demon monarch of Kang would fight against the peerless demon monarch of Eastern Wilderness. The remaining battles would be between ordinary demon monarchs. In a battle between demon monarchs of the same cultivation level, it was easy to determine the victor, but it was difficult to determine life and death. When imperial emperors saw that the situation was not good, they could completely withdraw and retreat. But now, Kang had launched a large-scale attack. Just now, one of Kang's demon monarchs had died. Moreover, the entire process had happened so quickly and suddenly, it was almost an instant kill. At that moment, Kang's billions of soldiers were afraid and did not dare to step forward. They were intimidated by Wu Dao's aura alone. Meanwhile, Wu Dao's original body had also arrived in the sky and stopped Nine Yin Demon Monarch and the others. What was shocking was that Wu Dao's original body had his back facing Eastern Wilderness. He was facing more than 20 demon monarchs, but his aura was not inferior at all. "Who are you?" Nine Yin Demon Monarch looked at Wu Dao's original body not far away and asked. "Aroki Tokishi." Wu Dao's original body replied. "I don't know you." Nine Yin Demon Monarch smirked with a contemptuous expression. "It doesn't matter." Wu Dao's original body said indifferently, "From today onwards, my Dao name will become a taboo for you." These words sounded extremely arrogant in the ears of the many living beings. At that moment, no one realized what this sentence meant in the future. The demon monarchs on the opposite side were stunned. Ha 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 ha. Soon, the demon monarchs reacted and burst into laughter. Nine Yin Demon Monarch was even more disdainful. He looked at Wu Dao's original body with ridicule and mockery. This purple-robed human was too naive. "Become a taboo for us?" Nine Yin Demon Monarch shook his head and laughed. "Ignorant human. You have no idea who your opponent is. You will never imagine how powerful Kang is. We don't even take that Shui Dai seriously. What are you? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.